Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the greatest country in the world. It's our privilege to pledge this morning. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Terrible parking problem this morning. All right. First item, oral communication. Public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. Just please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. I too believe this is the greatest country in the world. And further, I'd like to say this is the greatest county in the world. I am here to represent the Tuolumne County Republican women as well as the Tuolumne County Board Central Committee. And we would like to invite you again to come to our Patriots Picnic, which will be on November 7th at 1 o'clock at the Moose Lodge. And we have invited numerous first responders to honor them, and we would love to have everyone come. Children are very much invited, and there will be games. There is a wonderful barbecue hamburger lunch that will be served, and I think it's from about 1 o'clock to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I would also like to invite you to the Tuolumne County Central Committee is presenting a forum on mental health issues in rural counties on November 5th, right here at 6 o'clock. And we would love to have people come. The people that will be speaking are Dr. Zeiderman, Supervisor Brennan, and Laura Krieg. Uh-oh, somebody's looking at me like she doesn't know. Anyway, we'd love to come and have you. We will be presenting the issues in our county that need to be spoken upon. Anyway, all come. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Matt Reed. I'm from Congressman Tom McClintock's office, and I just wanted to come with a couple updates for you. On House Resolution 2647, the Resilient Federal Forest Act of 2015, it passed the House of Representatives with bipartisan support on July 13th. It's been referred to committee in the United States Senate, and we're awaiting action there. Next, the congressman has sent a letter to the director of the VA office in Oakland, the regional office, to ask for clarification on the Housing and Urban Development Section 8 VASH rental assistance vouchers that were awarded to Tuolumne County, and we're awaiting a response from them for clarification on that. And lastly, if anyone would like to seek federal assistance or has a question about federal policy or would like to share their views on federal issues going on in Congress, I'll be holding office hours from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. at the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority today. And I want to thank you for the forum.
Thank you. And welcome. I hope to see you often.
Thank you.
Next.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Gary Stockel, Agricultural Commissioner for Tuolumne County, and I'm pleased to present our 2014 Annual Crop and Livestock Report. This report is a statistical description of Tuolumne County's agricultural production, and as many people have talked about, this being the greatest nation, this is also the greatest state, and agriculture is our greatest in Denver. Tuolumne County does its citizens do engage in agriculture, and that activity is very important to the economics of this county. This report provides a statistical description of Tuolumne County's agricultural production. The figures contained in this report represent gross values of agricultural commodities and do not reflect production costs or net returns to growers or ranchers. The value of agricultural commodities produced in Tuolumne County in 2014 is estimated at $44,053,000. This is a 21.3% increase from last year's production value of $36,327,000 and marks the fifth consecutive year of growth in this county. Two major environmental events, the devastating rim fire in summer of 2013 and a third year of drought, played significant roles in Tuolumne County production values and resulted in mainly positive impacts for 2014. That might be counterintuitive, but it is the laws of supply and demand. The greatest production value gains are due to increases in the livestock and timber categories. Livestock increased 36.7%, with the largest gain of 70.9% in total cattle, attributed to a large jump in prices due to drought impacts resulting in fewer head sold statewide. Other livestock and poultry also increased 16.1% due to the rise in turkey values resulting from higher prices and increased production. Post-rim fire, intense salvage of timber took place in 2014. Despite a price drop, timber value increased 8.2% due to a 61.9% increase in the number of board feet harvested from the previous year. Overall, field crops increased 10.2%, and this is despite a 64% loss in range production. However, the value of rangeland rose 12%, and this is mainly due to the high cost of feed, its short supply, and thousands of acres of summer range destroyed in the rim fire, which drove the lease rate of available rangeland to over $20 per acre. Within the field crop category, the rangeland increase more than offset the 21.1% decrease in irrigated pasture value, resulting from fewer acres irrigated due to less water availability affected by drought conditions. Miscellaneous fruit and vegetables decreased 30% due to drought-related grape yield declines. I wish to express appreciation to the agricultural producers in this county, industry, and public agencies who provided information to make this report as accurate as possible, including my staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Looks like we're doing better. Sort of. Huh?
Except for a few seconds.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I do have a non-agenda item for your consideration. I would like your board to consider adding to the agenda the following. Consideration of approval of a partnership agreement for the Community Development Block Grant Natural Disaster Resiliency Competition application, and authorize the chairman to sign. The requirement to have this agreement in place came to us well after the posting of the agenda for this meeting. The urgency is the application is due October 27. This needs to be part of that application, which is well before your next meeting.
Okay. Okay with everyone that we go ahead and place it on the agenda. 5A. Public comment on this item? Seeing none. 5A. Yeah. County Council.
Supervisor Royce will end up needing to recuse himself. He's aware of that. So maybe just to make it easier, 2, 3, 3A, because they're all together, rather than having back and forth.
Okay.
Thank you.
3A. Consent motion.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. It'll be item 3A, correct?
Yep.
Consent calendar, please.
Minutes of the meeting held October 6, 2015.
Okay. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Looking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Okay. Clerk, please read item 2.
Go ahead and read it.
Consideration of approving a professional services agreement with KASL Consulting Engineering for Tuolumne City wastewater rehabilitation study.
Okay, so due to Government Code Section 87-100, I need to recuse myself because I participate with the county's revolving loan fund and through my business, right? And this is not that, but it's connected, so, okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, Supervisor Royce, just to clarify, that'll be items 2, 3, and 3A. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good morning, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. This item is a part of your 2014 Community Development Block Grant that was awarded about 2 years ago. This planning grant for $100,000, that's the maximum that you can get, is to study Tuolumne City's wastewater collection system. So we did issue a request for qualifications for engineering services back in the beginning of July. It was sent out directly to 21 different firms, as well as to A&E Consultants Information Network, which is a clearinghouse for this sort of thing, and also published it in the Union Democrat. So at the close of the time frame that we had set, we only got one proposal. So rather than slog through the CDBG sole source request, which takes months and months, we reissued the RFQ, and the due date was extended to the 17th of August, and by that time we got two. So the proposals were from Joltson, Sinnock, and Newdeck, KSN, and one from Castle Consulting Engineers. These were reviewed by two people from Tuolumne City Sanitary District, Brenda Bronillo, who is the manager, and their district engineer, Jeff Black, me, and Mo Frank from the county. So both firms were qualified to do the work. KSN had done more county work, and they provided a little more detail in their approach. So they were the selection of the committee. However, we were not able to negotiate a contract with them. So we went to the second choice, which is Castle Consulting Engineers, and that's the contract that you have before you today. Their cost proposal was $92,775, which is within our budget. And so we are recommending that you approve that contract today and authorize the county administrator to sign the contract.
Any questions? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
We have first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 3.
Consideration of selecting Jamestown Tank and Transmission Main Food Bank Public Services and Housing Stabilization as the Tuolumne County's 2016 Community Development Block Grant.
Your board held a public hearing back at the beginning of September to initiate the process of selecting projects for the 2016 cycle of Community Development Block Grants, or CDBG. Shortly after that, on the 11th of September, the county issued a call for projects and advertised it, published it through the county website. Then we held a meeting the 24th of September to discuss possible applications with interested parties. And then a short proposal was due the 6th of October. Well, we got a really good turnout this time. So we had 11 different proposals submitted. I mean, this is way far above anything we've ever gotten in the past. And these were reviewed by me and the Deputy County Administrator, Maureen Frank. So you do have a table that lists the specific criteria that they were rated on, as well as a short description of each of the proposals that was submitted. Now, this is the first year that we ever had a glut of competitive projects. I mean, pretty much every year before now, you had standouts that were way above all of the other ones. But this year, we had a number of competitive projects. So the way that these were evaluated was first on 4 threshold criteria. So if they didn't meet all 4 of these, they couldn't be selected because any of those criteria would have thrown them out as a competitive project. So those were the seriousness of health and safety issue that they addressed, and this is in terms of how CDBG looks at it as opposed to how we might look at it. If there were some sort of environmental issue that would delay the project so that you couldn't get started in time and perhaps not get finished within the grant term, either one of those would have made them non-competitive, either because you wouldn't have been able to do the project within the time frame, or if you were really delayed and the county couldn't spend down half of their outstanding grants, then that would have disqualified the county from applying in the normal cycle. You would have had to wait for another year. So the environmental is pretty critical. All construction projects have to have site control, and if they don't have that, you can't fit it within the time. And then you have to have demonstrated capacity of the project proponent. So any proposals that didn't meet any one of those 4 thresholds got kicked out because they just couldn't be competitive. The ones that did meet those then were evaluated on qualitative criteria, including the benefit to lower income persons, the degree to which they solved the stated problem, whether there was an unmet funding gap, so they didn't have enough money identified to do the whole project, if it duplicated an existing service, or if the outcome of not funding it was not as serious, then they were rated lower. So based on that criteria, the recommendation that we made was the Jamestown tank and transmission main, which was for the full amount up to $1.5 million, which is the cap for public works, and then 2 public services, which are continuing existing services. One is the food bank, and the other one is housing stabilization, both operated by ATCA. Combined, they are the maximum for public services, which is $500,000, and that brings you up to your full $2 million cap on what you can apply for. Now, if it were to turn out that the health documentation on the Jamestown project were not strong enough, then it would be recommended that you go down to another project. This is the key for any public works project. And since, we're just initiating the process, we wouldn't have solicited the letter or other documentation from the State Water Resources Control Board, State Health, in order to nail that part down yet. As we begin the process on whichever project is selected, if that critical piece is not forthcoming, then I will come back to the board and recommend another project.
Could I stop you right
Sure.
there? Can you just kind of elaborate what that means? What type of health document do they need?
Well, it varies according to the type of project. But for a sewer project, they would like to see a cease and desist as the gold standard, and if not, some other sort of violation notice. From state health, it could be a violation notice, it could be a boil water order. It just depends on the specific activity that you're proposing. But they always come from a state source. and the more serious, the better in terms of competitiveness.
Thank you. You can go on. Do we need any more?
Okay, so should it turn out that the health documentation for the Jamestown tank and transmission main is inadequate, we recommend that the Columbia Gibbs water tank be selected second, and failing that, then the Jamestown wastewater collection. Now, I do want to say that I think any of those three projects are competitive projects. So, this is the board's choice where you want to go with this.
Okay, any questions? Public comment.
Good morning. Beetle Barber from the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, Housing Resources. I'm here basically to thank you for honoring us again with the opportunity to provide housing stabilization services. I do want to explain that is basically preventing homelessness. That's the way that we define it and the way that we work housing stabilization services. We determine when we work with a household that is needing a rental assistance or utility or some sort of housing cost like that if it were not for this money, they would go on and become homeless. One other thing I want to say in brief, I came here a couple of months ago with my staff and we did a presentation on our homeless survey for 2015. I guess I'm unable to see the forest for the trees because I completely forgot to mention that the difference between this survey in 2015 and the one preceding it is that we reduced homelessness. I probably should have said that right from the beginning. We had 264 people that we surveyed in 2015, and we're good at this now. We really know how to go out and find people. And in the previous survey, we had 358. So we reduced homelessness by about 94 people. And if you look at the statistics, where we reduced it the most is couch surfing, which is where families are. When families are homeless, they will be on somebody's couch or in their basement room. So I wanted to thank my staff and the surveyors who did that kind of work, and I just wanted to let you know that this funding really does make a difference.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name's Eric Johnson with TUD, and I wanted to thank the board. I know you guys have choices, you have decisions to make, and you have options here. I did want to tell you that you were gracious enough to include us in a CDBG package for the last round of funding, and we're currently under construction on that project. It's out in Gibbs Ranch Racetrack Estates. So we are using those funds. The second thing I wanted to bring up is we were here a week or so ago regarding our CIP, and probably a pertinent question in your mind is, well, was this in your capital improvement plan, and do you have a funding source for this? And I wanted to clarify that we had part of this project in our CIP. About $200,000 was set aside to replace the water main running down from this tank in Jamestown. But we did not have the funding in this CIP for complete replacement of the tank, which is what this project would do for us. So we don't have a funding source for the imminent health issue that would be addressed by this project. If we didn't get funding here, we would proceed with just the water main that's running down from the tank, which would provide some benefit to the community of Jamestown in the sense that the vulnerability of a pipeline failure and not having fire protection in that community would be mitigated. But the health issue associated with this tank, which if you hadn't seen the pictures, it's basically a concrete in-ground reservoir with a glorified tarp over the top of it that is fastened around the perimeter. It is not something that meets state standards. It's not the most sanitary type of installation in the sense that you can't inspect what's going on underground. So, and then the tarp itself on the top, the floating cover, is also subject to rainfall and other things that could contaminate the water supply. Of course, we chlorinate the water, we test the water, it's safe to drink, but it's vulnerable, and that's all I really wanted to say.
Good.
Do you agree with the prioritization of the three projects that you're involved with? That would be the one that's recommended, the Jamestown Tank Transmission Main, then the Columbia Gibbs Water Tank, and then the Jamestown Wastewater Collection?
I can't speak to the Jamestown wastewater collection.
Okay, but the other two?
The other two, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And again, thank you for the CIP.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Next.
Good morning, Lee Kimball with ATCA Food Bank. Thank you again for considering what we do and how important it is. This funding is critical. We're targeting our children, particularly in the summer, in this community, and this will help us to continue to do that as well as to continue our other services with great, nutritious food. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Patty Ingalls. I'm the district manager of the Jamestown Sanitary District, and I just wanted to come today to thank you for letting us be a part of the process again with CDBG. We've had two extremely positive experiences in getting our lines replaced through CDBG. We continue to look for other funding, but we would be definitely interested if it were to come that we were one of the ones considered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'd like to thank our ATCA partners for all that they do for our community. I think that the money that is being recommended for our approval is sorely needed. In fact, more is needed, but we can only do what we can do. And I would like to also very much thank both TUD and Jamestown Sanitary District for participating. There's a lot that needs to be done in our water and wastewater systems in the community. I hope that the public is listening. We need more money, and that's a lot of why the rate increase is being proposed by TUD, and I just want to say that I'm a TUD customer. I don't want my rates to go up, but I realize that they must. So I'm supporting that rate increase, and I think it's very important. And so I would move on staff recommendation, and hopefully we'll get the money.
Second.
First and second, I'd like to thank Mo and Terry for all their hard work too, because after 7 years, I'm finally starting to understand the process. I'm a slow learner. So anyway, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
You want public comment?
I already asked this.
Did you?
The
I'm
public
sorry.
already.
I'm in favor.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0.
I did want to mention one other thing. We will be back to the board next month to discuss one other component of what will come into the 2016 application, and that is what they call project supplementals. We don't have the rules nailed down yet for what is going to be allowable at the state level, but it will have to be a public hearing, and so we're going to try and take care of that in November, but it will be sort of a piggyback onto your 2016 application. And the point of doing a supplemental is that as the repayments come in from your old business loans and your old housing loans, if you don't have a supplemental, then basically you use those repayments for your open grant and you don't get to draw down all the money. So if you have a supplemental project that's piggybacked onto that, then you use, it's sort of, moving the peas under the shells, but you wind up recapturing those funds to put into the supplemental activities. And that's how we're funding our small business loan program now, as well as some other public services. And you will have money coming in. It does need to go someplace. And so we will have a public hearing next month to discuss your selection for those. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Clerk, please read item 3A.
Consideration of approving a partnership agreement with the Community Development Block Grant Natural Disaster Resiliency Competition application.
Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, one of the requirements of our National Disaster Resiliency Competition, NDRC application, is that every major potential participant needs to complete a partnership agreement with the state. So that's really the subject of this item. What you have is a standard subrecipient agreement. It's been reviewed, by council. What it basically is, shows you is that if we are selected for the County of Tuolumne funding to move forward with a resiliency center in Groveland, which would include a CCC training base, and also a resiliency center in Tuolumne, it's saying that we're ready to go, and we would go ahead and design it and construct it. And that's really what this thing shows. I would just point out it's aggressive because in theory, we will hear about the receipt of these awards in January, and you'll see we're showing community engagement, confirmation of facility design occurring between January through March of next year, and right on into design, hoping to open this for operation in December of 17. So aggressive, but like challenges like that if we're fortunate enough to receive the award. But we need your board's approval of this. If we are awarded the funding, the state would go about their approval process. But this is something that's necessary to have in the application, which again is going to go out on the 27th. So it's recommended your board approve this agreement.
Any questions? Just clarification, this is a standard agreement that we generally exercise with all of that type of funding?
Yes.
Okay. Any public comment?
Actually, just one quick, very small point. In an emergency situation, the CRC would then be a central point for evacuation for both people and animals. I'm just wondering if it should say small animals, unless you're going to be looking at a facility for large animals. I know it's a minor point. I just don't want the public to assume.
Well, they want to leave it open. That's come up in the public discussions, that we could go either way if we could create an environment where it would work.
Okay.
So at this point,
it's a real specialty, so.
Right, I fully understand.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. No public comment. Bring it back to the board.
Well, since you can't make the motion and
I could,
the other
but
one.
I'd prefer
I'll
that
move
you
on
guys
staff
did.
recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. All right, now we can get Supervisor Royce back, can't we? Item.
What's that? Yeah.
Item 4.
Consideration of approving correspondence with the State Department of Fish and Wildlife concerning the appropriate legal remedy for feeding wild animals.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there is a proposal to change wording contained in the State Fish and Game Code, Section 12,000, regarding the feeding of wild animals, which would provide greater flexibility to law enforcement. Currently, those who violate the section are guilty of a misdemeanor, but this change would allow law enforcement to issue either a citation or misdemeanor, depending on the severity. This has been reviewed by the Natural Resource Committee, who support this. I see the district attorney in the audience who also supports this, may wish to speak to it. The letter basically endorses this change and also calls for clarification of the word knowingly as it appears in the statute, because that's a debatable term, and they'd like to get clarification on that as well. So we're just looking for your board support of the attached letter.
All right. Any comment from the board?
So we did discuss this at length in the Natural Resource Committee meeting, and the problem really rests, and I think, Supervisor Gray, you see this quite a bit up in your district with people that purchase wildlife feed feeding wildlife and really changing the behavioral patterns of the wildlife, but at the same time, knowingly, I think in here it talks about a rose bush. If you have a rose bush, you know the deer come in and feed on it. Is that the same kind of egregious offense, if you will? And so we really would like to get clarification on what that definition of knowingly is, if they could provide that. But feel this is a tool for Fish and Wildlife to kind of try and curtail some of the feeding of buying grain for the purpose of deliberately feeding the wildlife.
Any other comment? I know it's not helpful if you live in a community that has a lot of deer to buy corn. It's not good for the deer, and it's certainly not good for the neighborhood, because when they run out of corn, they start to eat your bushes. Yes, so, okay, public comment.
Good morning, Laura Creed, District Attorney. Daniel Richardson did send me the proposed language of the letter, which I reviewed. Essentially, it allows for the Fish and Wildlife officers to issue an infraction. So rather than refer to it as a citation in the letter, I actually recommend changing that wording to infraction, so it's clear that allows them the discretion while they're in the field if they feel that the conduct doesn't rise to the level of a misdemeanor, which of course you can do jail time for. So we support that. I think that allowing the officer discretion in the field is a good thing. And I also support that we would like some clarification on knowingly. I absolutely don't think having the rose bush in your yard that the deer eats would support any citation at all. But obviously somebody that's actively buying food and going out and feeding the animals is knowingly feeding them in violation of the statute. So I did support the letter. I would recommend a few language changes. And other than that, I would support the board sending the letter.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Any more public comment? Bring it back to the board.
So I'll move approval of the letter substituting the word infraction.
First and second, discussion.
Just a quick question. She said are there other changes you wanted to make?
Just a minor change. I think it refers to, in the first paragraph, a wobbler. It actually should read a woblet.
Okay, that's not getting recorded. Could you come up to the podium again? Thank you.
That would be Ms. Correa could tell you the proper terminology. So I believe at the end of the very first paragraph, it refers to wobbler. I would recommend that actually read woblet, would be the proper legal terminology for that.
Woblet's a legal term.
Yes.
Okay, so we got the changes?
Well, just as long as I got Laura here, because I know she's busy. So as far as infraction, it mentions the letter talks about law enforcement officer given the ability to decide which is more appropriate, a citation or misdemeanor. How would you change that?
So I would list, gives the officer the discretion to issue a citation for either an infraction or a misdemeanor.
Okay, got it. Infraction or misdemeanor.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Anyone else? All right. We'll call for the vote. We have a motion, Supervisor Brennan, and second by Supervisor Hanvelt.
No, I think it was Royce.
Royce? Yeah. Okay. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 5.
Consideration of approving correspondence regarding the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, California Water Fix, particularly recirculated draft environmental impact report, supplemental draft environmental impact statement.
Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, so it was on July 22nd, the California Department of Water Resources, Federal Bureau of Reclamation announced the comment period. I love this title. That's why I just wanted to read it. For the Bay Delta Conservation Plan / California Water Fix Partially Recirculated Draft Environmental Impact Report / Supplemental Draft Environmental Impact Statement. That's a mouthful, with a comment deadline of October 30th. Your board did discuss this at your last meeting and wanted to have a letter prepared hitting on points where you mentioned that you believe in protecting the Delta but need to balance with protecting uphill watersheds. The San Joaquin River and its tributaries are just as important as the Delta itself because the Delta requires this water to accomplish the goals set out in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. During drought years, the operating rules of the upstream reservoirs need to be aligned to support the watersheds, to support water to the Delta, and acknowledge the fact that copious amounts of water from the Sacramento River will be diverted into the twin tunnels. Where will the replacement water come from, and the need to limit the negative impact on the San Joaquin watershed. So Mr. Richardson included in your agenda packet a suggested letter, did distribute an alternative letter that Supervisor Rotifer put together. Have no issue with that alternative letter. It really focuses more in the area of the operational rules than Daniel's letter does. But I'll let Mr. Rotifer speak to that.
Yes.
Yeah, the intellectual construct behind my proposed alternative letter really came about as a result of a Mountain Counties Water Resources Association meeting that both Supervisor Hanvelt and myself attended on Friday of last week. Yeah, and the meeting really was about what the Bay Delta Conservation Plan proposals would mean to the uphill watersheds, or at least that's what it was supposed to be about. I think it eventually got there. I had to leave early, so Supervisor Hanvelt can talk to it a little bit more. But it became clear that what's really important if the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, Alternative 4A, goes forward, as it's likely to be, since it seems to be one of the governor's high-priority projects, that it's really how that would operate that's going to be important to the uphill watersheds. And it is, I think it's interesting for people to understand that a peripheral delivery system was part of the original California State Water Project anyway, and the abandonment of it, that portion of the water project, has created some serious issues in the Delta, and we need to recognize that. But no matter what the peripheral delivery system is, whether it's tunnels or a canal, you're still going to have the same issues with operating rules. So that's why I took a stab at drafting an alternative letter. I think it's time that we start putting that issue out there on the radar screen and start pushing for it. That's the way that we will be able to control our future water destiny in light of any peripheral delivery system or any fix to the Delta. So I would recommend that we, but I'm open. I don't have any heartburn with Mr. Richardson's draft. I just don't think it puts the emphasis on the right syllable. So,
yeah, I was there all day for that Mountain Counties Water Resources Agency meeting, and they did get into a little bit, but it wasn't real definitive. I think Supervisor Rotifer is exactly right, that we need to focus on, if that's going to go ahead, how are they going to operate, what are the rules, and how those rules adjust. Because in an abundant year where you got plenty of water, how those things function probably doesn't make any difference. But seasonally, when the water flows are down, it could make a huge difference. And it does potentially solve some of the issues with the current system. And like Supervisor Rotifer said, it is largely an unfinished system from the original plan. But there are backflows or counterflows in the Delta that are causing some issues. The Bay Delta plan doesn't deal with deals with supposedly solving fish problems and salinity problems, or dealing with those, but it doesn't solve the problem of the predator species. But nevertheless, I think that focusing on how it's going to operate, or certainly bringing those to the the attention of everybody is an important piece of the equation. And so I support Rotifer's letter. I can live with either one.
All right.
Supervisor? I just have one quick question. I support Supervisor Rotifer's letter also. I'm just wondering where we talk about we're home to two major tributaries of the San Joaquin River, if we shouldn't say the Tuolumne and Stanislaus River.
I'm okay with that.
Just so it's
just
correct.
comma a parenthetical
Correct.
statement. Yeah.
No, and just clarifying.
Did you get that, Mr. Pedro? Last paragraph, as home of two major tributaries. Is that where you
Yeah,
wanted to see
just, right, as home to the two major tributaries of the San Joaquin River, the Tuolumne and Stanislaus River.
that? Just identify the two
Just
rivers.
identify those rivers. Mhm.
Okay. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I just need some help understanding this because I read through it and it makes sense, but I still don't understand how taking water out of the delta before it goes through the delta is going to help it.
Well,
I think that's not, just that doesn't make sense to me. I think the whole thing was structured to get water to Southern California, and I think, the whole environmental aspect of it was more political than anything. I think strategically, the way this letter's structured, we're saying we'll play along if you guys take care of the uphill people. Is that what we're doing? Or,
well, the issue is the timing and the amount of water that's taken out. So if you've got a heavy spring flow coming in from the Sacramento, okay, and that's going to flood the delta area.
Mm-hmm.
Taking that water and moving it peripherally to some storage south of the delta, and basically what you're doing is you're not putting water into the delta that's going to flow into the Pacific Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but if now
the excess water in the rainy seasons will be diverted to storage facilities south.
Yes. So it's all about the operating rules for those tunnels or whatever peripheral delivery system they choose.
And that water that's excessive or additional, that won't be above what they have additionally right now?
Well, right now, the LA Metropolitan has essentially signed on to no increase in diversions out of the Delta for the future.
Who did that?
LA Metropolitan.
That's the biggest water contractor?
Yeah, they're not. Part of the caveat of the whole system, my understanding anyway, is that it's not an increase in water diversions. It's simply taking the water out of the north of the delta rather than pumping it out of the south. The pumps in the south create the reverse flows.
Mm-hmm.
And also we have the smelt problem that if we bypass it, it eliminates that. Those smelt getting cut into the pump, as I understand it.
Yeah,
I agree.
The issues are the pumps in the south and what they're doing to the fishies.
So the letter supports that in nature. So I have two other issues with this. Before I sign on to support this thing, there's a couple things that bother me. One is who gets to pay for this? Do we have to contribute as a taxpayer from the state? Is this going to be a statewide, funded thing, or is this going to benefit the water purveyors and those?
Originally, the users were going to pay for it. There's been some question about that, but that has not changed. So officially, the official position is that the users are paying for it, which means that the people that are getting the diverted water would pay for it. I can't guarantee that because there's a lot of dialogue out there that there's a lot of doubters.
It's environmental. It's a statewide issue. All that.
There's.
So can we add something in there that acknowledges that?
like a sentence that says, contingent upon the water contractors paying for the costs associated with the project. It's their impact. It's their.
Well, I think the bottom line is that if they're going to go off of that, they're going to have to float a bond to pay for it, and that's going to have to get
the state
approved.
or the
The state would have to float a bond in the future. Yeah. There would be some funding mechanism that would have to be voted on.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, if commenting on that right at this point would be muddying the waters or not. I don't know, but I'm open.
I don't know how to wordsmith that. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
There's certainly a lot of people that are against alternative 4A, because of the environmental concerns for taking water out of the delta that goes to the ocean. So this is a beginning point, and I don't think it's wrong to put a line in there that says that it is also positioned that the water users should have to pay for.
I'm okay with it.
I would appreciate that because I don't disagree with anything that's stated in this letter, but it's very contingent upon several conditions, one of which is the funding, and second of which is the water rights and the volume not being increased that's being exported. Those two things are extremely important, and I just want to drive home that the support is directly tied to those points. So I think it infers to it, but it doesn't explicitly call it out. So
I'm meeting with Mr. Pedro over lunch. Anyway, we can really quick throw something in, and we can bring this back in the afternoon if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, we're not going to vote on this now. We'll bring it back after lunch. Okay. Any public comment on this? Seeing none. Okay, so that was going to be back after in the afternoon session. Please read the next item.
Number 6 is consideration of adopting a resolution amending Resolution 1915, accepting the claims of excess proceeds from tax defaulted property sales and authorizing the distribution of excess property proceeds from the sales.
Ms. Peach.
Good morning. Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. On September 1st, your board approved a resolution approving and distributing claims for excess proceeds from the 2014 tax defaulted property sale. One claim was left off that distribution list because of insufficient documentation. The documentation has now been provided and is sufficient to recommend approval. In addition, another claim that was already approved was found to be for an incorrect amount. Documentation for the new amount has been provided and is sufficient to recommend approval. County Council has validated these additional claims as well as the recommended distribution schedule, which is Attachment A. I'm requesting the board approve a resolution amending the Resolution 91-15, accepting the revised claims for excess proceeds from the 2014 tax defaulted property sale and authorized distribution of the excess proceeds from that sale.
Okay, any questions? Any public comment for a motion?
I'll move in favor of staff recommendation on this.
Second.
First and the second, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, none, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.
Consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the County of Tuolumne to participate in the State Department of Housing and Community Development Drought Housing Relocation Assistance Program.
Shanahan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. Excuse my voice, I have some allergies. The county applied to participate in the State Department of Housing and Community Development Drought Housing Relocation Assistance Program, and our application has been accepted by the state. Before we begin implementing the program, the state requires that your board adopt a resolution authorizing the county to enter into a standard agreement with the state to receive the funds and operate the program. We requested $150,000, which is the minimum amount we can apply for, with the possibility of 2 additional $150,000 allocations for a total of $450,000. We believe that this is more than adequate to meet the need. This is a program for homeowners and renters living on a property with a dry well that wish to relocate to another residence that has water. The client receives a payment to help them with moving costs, and the payment is set by formula, and depending on the household size, the size of the home, it'd be in the neighborhood of about $1,000 or more. They also receive a small amount of rental assistance to help offset the higher rent. Basically, it's the difference between what a renter would be paying now in rent, or if it's a homeowner, it'd be their mortgage, taxes, and insurance, and the difference then with their new rental. The payments last for a year, and the rental assistance payments go directly to the new landlord. We propose that the program be operated through the county's existing rental assistance program, and our department would coordinate with Office of Emergency Services. We have actually been coordinating with them. Staff is recommending that your board adopt the attached resolution in your packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Is there income requirements for eligibility?
It goes up to 120% of the area median income, which is a fairly high amount. So I think most people who are interested will fall within the income.
And it is also available to both homeowners and renters?
That's correct.
Okay. And so is this a temporary, is this set up with the idea that people will move back after the drought's over, or how does that work? I mean, people that have if you have improvements on a property that you own and you have equity or something, I mean, you're going to want to go back.
Absolutely. It's basically another option for people. People right now are receiving the temporary tanks, and those folks obviously would be staying in their home. Some renters especially may have landlords who don't want to deal with a dry well issue. This is a chance for them to relocate to some place where they have access to water. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First and second, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7. Oh, excuse me. 8.
Reports.
County Council.
Thank you. So the last few weeks, Chris attended a trial advocacy conference. He and I participated in a HIPAA webinar, and Carlin and I have been working on reviewing the medical marijuana legislation. I invited Paul Smith from RCRC to come down and present to several county department heads and staff. He was really impressed with the group that we had present during that presentation. A lot of other counties don't have that kind of collaboration, so I just want to thank everybody who was present. Cody spent time drafting his first appellate brief the last few months, and we have about 3 to 4 more pending, all due within the next couple of weeks. That's my report. Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan.
On the 8th and 9th, I was invited to attend the Governor's Office of Research held a roundtable in Tahoe with in regards to land use and water. I attended that, and I want to say that there was a very loud chorus from the 40 participants that were there about the impact of public lands and the inability to manage those, and the states, the absolute need for the state to be engaged in that and helping with regards to air quality. That was one of the biggest issues. And probably the other resounding chorus was around that we've been talking about these issues now for a number of years, and it's time for action. And so there will be a report will be generated, and I'll look forward to that and being able to share it and with our state legislatures. Hopefully it'll be real helpful. On Tuesday we did have the Natural Resource Committee meeting and had some of the actions out of here on that. But again, a lot of the time is spent talking about how do we actually get projects on the landscape that are going to benefit both fire resiliency and all of the issues that we continue to talk about and have been talking about for a number of years. That's it.
Supervisor Rice.
Yeah, just a couple quick ones. On the 13th, I had a meeting up the hill at Mia's with a bunch of tourism industry stakeholders and the Visitors Bureau, along with TCTC staff, to talk about the issues that they have with Sonora Pass opening and closing due to weather and the way that the policies are administered. There's issues from time to time. A lot of the people that have businesses up there feel like it's getting closed prematurely or they're overly cautious about that. So it's basically just a meeting with the intent to open up discussions with the new management staff that there is up here at the Caltrans Yard, and then also regionally trying to coordinate both sides of the pass, not just this side, but the other side. So there'll be a follow-up meeting with that. And then the other issue I just wanted to share that's been going on, there's been discussions. I actually have a lunch meeting today, is the Pinecrest parking plan that's a result of the FERC relicensing that went on a couple years ago. Duke's been helping with me deal with that a little bit, and so is Bev. So there's some issues between the permittees, the business owners, and just the between day use, overnight, the camper parking. There's just trying to squeeze everybody in there is difficult, and so that's being sorted out. But it's something you should be aware of because it's probably going to come to our board not too long from now. So.
All right, Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, just a couple of items. On the 16th, I did go to the Mountain Counties Water Resource Association meeting that I mentioned previously. Very, very interesting meeting. I don't have much more to report than I already have. I also attended the TCTC meeting on the 14th. That was kind of interesting. I had never been to a TCTC meeting before. And that evening, I attended a town hall meeting that our staff put on in Jamestown, going over multiple projects that they've got in the works for Jamestown. I want to thank the staff very much for having that meeting. I think it was very useful to the citizens. So very, very productive. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last Wednesday, I think it was, we got invited to participate in a phone call with the governor's office on the tree mortality issue. Kind of short notice, but dragged Supervisor Brennan and Tracy Riggs into the conversation, both of which who had conflicts in Italy before it was over. But it was several counties involved, including Madera and Mariposa, and some Nevada County was there, and some others. We have also been invited to join a meeting in the governor's office next Monday, and so Supervisor Brennan and I think Tracy's going to join us, and potentially we're going to get Mike Albrecht. I'm meeting with him tomorrow to join us for that meeting to deal with the dead and dying tree issue. So just the resolutions, the joint resolutions that in effect were simultaneously put together by Madera, Mariposa, and Tuolumne County got the governor's attention. So sometimes people think we do these things and nothing happens, and most of the time I feel that way too, but this time at least we got somebody's attention. So we'll keep you posted on how that's going. Last Thursday, I attended the Sierra Cascades Dialogue, and while that was dealing with forthcoming issues associated with the revision of the forest plans, the disturbing note, which we've all been worried about, that came from Barney Gant in his closing comments, was that there was no more money, and somehow they're going to have to fit it in, and fit in the forest plan revisions in with their other work. So my guess is that we're going to be fighting for resources to do the forest management that needs to be done urgently, being that needs to be done now overdue, with revising a forest plan to comply with the 2012 planning rule. That's not a good option. I don't know how that's going to come out, whether they're going to force the schedule to get it done, or they're going to delay it over time. There was some discussion about that, but it wasn't clear. But that's one we need to keep our eyes on. Also attended the Mountain County's Water Resource Agency. The afternoon discussion was much more interesting than the presentations, but I did think one thing was very interesting, because the man from L.A. Metropolitan that was there said on a number of occasions during the thing, and repeated himself, that he supports county, he and their organization supports county of origin rights. And I think that's important, that the biggest water entity in the state is saying that. But he's also wanting our support for some other things, so, I'm not sure how good that is. But at any rate, we heard him say that. And I likely to be out of circulation next couple of days. I've been assigned jury duty effective tomorrow. I'm real excited about that.
I'm excited for you.
Pardon?
I'm excited for you. All right, my report, relatively short. Had the Groveland office hours on Monday the 12th, and had a couple people that came in that we talked about some of the issues that are happening on the south side, as far as some break-ins and stuff, and I reminded them that the sheriff is working hard on that, and that we'll be having a town hall meeting on November 6th from 6 to 8, and we'll be able to talk about a lot of those issues. On the 14th, we had TCTC, and one of the things that we did discuss at TCTC is the old Priest grade. We have problems where people come up New Priest grade, make a right back down Old Priest grade instead of going to Yosemite, and pretty soon you see them come back up the hill. It's become an entertainment issue for people to have lunch at Old Priest Station to watch people do that. So we're trying to get Caltrans to do some additional signing there. I attended the Visitors Bureau meeting for Supervisor Hanvelt because he had other assignments, and Evergreen Lodge did a short presentation on their marketing plans, which is very interesting, very innovative, and I think they're going to be a good member to that Visitors Bureau in the future. SWIFT meeting, we talked mostly about tree mortality, but I think yesterday we resolved most of the bug tree problems because we did find the epicenter of the bark beetle infestation, and it just happened to be in the county administrator's office. So hopefully there's going to be some things that'll happen that will change.
I always thought that office was bugged.
Change the way we approach the trees. But in all seriousness, it is really getting to be a really bad situation, and hopefully we can get some help to move that forward. And that's my report. Mr. Pedro.
Yeah. Well, I got to address this bug infestation. We happen to go
Are
on
you
a
going to confess guilty as accused?
I'm sure. That's part of my role. Now, we went on a planning retreat, and lo and behold, we came back, and everything was tarped off, and there was some live and some dead critters on the ground with bark beetle swatters and spray. And anyway, I think County Council had something to do to help bring that to everyone's attention. So anyway, that's the rest of the story for inquiring minds. Just a couple issues coming to a town near you soon, to the Finance Committee and then to the Board. We are pursuing a follow-up on our fleet management program. This is something that came up through grand jury reports, board direction to start a program and bring it to fruition. We're getting closer. We're at a major crossroads as far as some major decisions of being more all-inclusive in what we do, peeling off some portions of county departments from that service. We're trying to mature that up with the help of the departments. We want to bring that before the Finance Committee to get their eyeballs and thoughts on it en route to the full board. So that'll be coming to the Finance Committee and the board soon. Did participate in a meeting down with the Historical Society with a focus on the future of the History Center and Museum in a positive sense, because they're just feeling growth pains down there. And we talked about the concept of a needs assessment, where they could vision, and then that could become part of our dialogue since they basically run that museum, our museum, for us, and we need to be part of that and encourage them to be thinking along those lines. Did have a meeting with Chief Josh White regarding tree mortality. I want to make sure that we're in sync, being complementary with the task force that his staff is leading, as opposed to the operational posture that the board wants staff to be in, to make sure, again, we're complementing one another. It's very clear in talking with Josh, their intention is to be a good point for gathering of information and coordinating some of the things that we do, but not the intention to use the task force to be operational in the sense that I know the board would like us to be. So that was good to clarify that. So we're working to make sure that we stay within those channels and yet working cooperatively. And again, hope to have a plan of action to come before this board in the coming weeks. I know that's of great importance to the board and the residents, your constituents. NDRC meetings, just to mention, we did have the one in Groveland, very well attended. Supervisor Gray may want to comment more on that. Since he was there, I was not, but was well attended. I heard very civil, positive discussion. The one here in Sonora, not as many. Good dialogue. Did make a comment to the organizers on behalf of Supervisor Brennan regarding some disappointment that a YSS proposal was not part of that at this time, and a little bit more to that. There was discussion. Another issue that's come up is why not a Twain Harte Community Resiliency Center. They addressed that. Two of the biggest problems is with eligibility. One being it's outside of the evacuation zone, therefore the eligibility area, and also that Twain Harte, unlike say Tuolumne, is certainly not a low and moderate income community, which is a limiter. A lot of support for biomass. Doing a biomass facility, the main comments that I heard were, think bigger, larger biomass facility or more. That one smaller one wouldn't have enough impact, but again, generally supportive of the notion. And then, I think it was a chance for the team to share some of their frustration. This is the core team that's been leading this charge. Frustration with some of the rules that they've been limited to, and I think people have come to understand that now. Not happy with it, but understanding of it. The team is not the problem. They're trying to work within those rules and do the best they can. Just a couple things of interest. There is an Armed Forces Civil Affairs team that's visiting over the next few days, today and the next few days, and I think that's very cool because it's the State Office of Emergency Services encouraged them to come see what Tuolumne County does because they're trying to figure out how to work well with other jurisdictions. Excuse me, State OES thought we were a great example of a community that does that well, and through this whole drought program that we've established, it has all the elements of working with nonprofits, other local governmental agencies, with other state agencies, and so forth. And so they're here for a few days to see, how we do what we do with that program, and specifically, but also in intergovernmental relations, which I again think speaks very well of Tuolumne County. And to just mention, the remainder of this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'll be at a CIO's annual conference. Missed last year's with some family issues that kept me away from that, but look forward to attending. That's it.
All right. On the NDRC meeting in Groveland, we had approximately 75 people attend, and it was a very good discussion. I think a lot of the committee's questions were answered, and a lot of them weren't, and I think that's what we're going to see with the NDRC process for a while till everything gets sorted out. With that, we'll take a 15-minute break and return for our 10:30 appointments. We'll take a minute, wait for Supervisor Hanvelt. Out of respect for his age, he is the oldest supervisor.
He has no respect for his elders.
I said, out of respect for the oldest supervisor, we'll wait a minute or two.
Most distinguished?
Yes. Okay, will the clerk please read our 10:30 appointment?
Presentation on the AB 109 program overview and analysis of implemented AB 109 funding programs and services 2011 through present.
Ms. Arnold, thank you.
Good morning. Adele Arnold, Chief Probation Officer and Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership. At long last, it is our pleasure to be here. I have committed to you several times in the past as we presented our annual budget that we would be coming back before you to provide an analysis of the AB 109 programs in Tuolumne County, and we are here for that purpose today. I want to tell you that we've got many members of our CCP. As you can tell, we are a cohesive group. Look at the audience here today supporting us.
Who's protecting us?
Yes. I will be turning the presentation over to my staff service analyst, Shanna Adamak, who is the one we have long been awaiting to get all this data together for us. She's done a wonderful job with the assistance of the probation services manager, Megan Boldeman. And it has taken us quite some time because we wanted to make sure we're gathering information from many agencies that are part of the CCP, that our information was accurate and there was good integrity to the information we gave you today. So it's been long in coming, but it is good information, and we're very proud to present that today. With us in the audience today is Sheriff Mealy, Under Sheriff Pooley, the jail commander, Tamara McCaig, and we've got members from the probation department, my adult division manager, Dan Hawks, as well as Linda Downey, the juvenile division manager, my staff that will do the presentation. We have members from our contract agency, Behavioral Interventions BI, here in the audience in the back row. Our local manager, Lisette, as well as the district managers and regional managers, Umberto and Chris Castaneda. So there's one more, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting your name. Rachel Kensler. Thank you. As well, we've got Laura Craig here from the District Attorney's Office, and we have Rita Austin in the audience, as well as Ann and C. Boyack from HSA. So we should be able to answer every question you possibly have and more.
Okay.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
With that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Shanna and to Megan. Thank you.
Good morning. Shanna and I put together a presentation with the help of all the coordinating agencies, and what we did, our goal was to gather all the relevant data from the start of AB 109, which was in October of 2011, to June of 2015. So there is a large amount of information included in your packet. What our goal today is to kind of summarize what we gave to you and be able to answer any questions you have and give you an indication of kind of what the future may hold and what new programs we've implemented since June, to give you an idea of where we're going with it. Just a little history. AB 109 was implemented in 2011. It allows for non-violent, non-serious, non-sex offenders to serve their sentence in county jails instead of state prisons. Since the implementation, the impacts to the county has reduced new admissions to state prison by approximately 25,000, which is very significant to the state. Obviously, the impact to the county has been even more significant in some instances. Since 2011, the state has sent counties approximately $2 billion in funding, with more on the way. The intent of AB 109 was to provide funding for counties to implement local-based programs for AB 109 offenders. Some of that could be community service programs, restorative justice programs, work furlough programs, cognitive-based learning programs, electronic monitoring. It really varies county to county. As you can see, since 2011, our funding from the state has steadily climbed each year, and that's the way it's designed. This year, we are anticipating receiving approximately $1.8 million in AB 109 funding. Next year, they are estimating it should be around $1.9 million. Some of that is a forecast, and we won't know until the actual growth numbers come in. In Tuolumne County, the CCP has funded the following programs, and we're going to go into each in a little bit of detail, so I'm just going to summarize them here. The Day Reporting Center, which is run by Behavioral Interventions, our Jail Reentry Program, which is also run by Behavioral Interventions, our High-Risk Supervision Team, which is a blended team of sheriff's deputies and probation officers, our Work Release Community Service Programs, which were alternatives to detention, our Jail Inmate Work Crew Programs, which are inmates working outside the jail on work crews, District Attorney Victim Witness Protection, Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Intervention Programs, pretrial release programs, and our electronic monitoring program. So Tuolumne County has really worked hard together within the CCP to fund an array of programs that works from pretrial all the way to post-sentence, post-release, back into the community. We're trying to give you the whole array of programming for clients. One of the first components is the high-risk supervision team. This team is composed of one senior probation officer, 2 deputy probation officers, 1 sheriff's sergeant, and 1 sheriff's deputy. They're all housed together in our Highway 49 building. They work with our highest risk clients, AB 109, PRCS 1170H. These are clients that are coming out of state prison or otherwise would have been sentenced to state prison prior to 109. These officers are working in the field to do compliance searches, to do electronic monitoring, compliance checks, to assist other agencies such as TNT with warrant searches and other activities. This is just kind of a summary of some of the examples in the field of what the officers may do. They aim to spend approximately 50% or more of their time in the field working with clients. This next slide is an example over the past few years of what has been found during searches. You can see there's a wide variety. In just one instance, 3.31 ounces of methamphetamine was seized and confiscated in one field search. That's equivalent to 370 hits of meth. So the team, when they go out, they're making significant impacts in the community and getting things off the street. These are just some examples of things that have been seized during searches. And this is a picture of our high-risk team. Took a lot of effort to get them this month.
I'm going to talk a little bit about our Day Reporting Center program. The probation department contracts with an outside agency known as Behavioral Interventions, or BI. They run the DRC program, and they provide offenders a combination of supervision, reporting, and intensive treatment. The program is intended for high-risk offenders, and they're provided with individual therapy, group therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and moral recognition therapy. The program serves as a reintegration tool and teaches high-risk offenders how to live responsibly and realize their full potential. The program is very extensive and demanding, and in order to complete the program, an individual must complete phases 1 through 3 aftercare, and they must obtain successful employment and housing. And just to give you kind of an example of how long this takes, phase 1 is a minimum of 60 days, phase 2 is a minimum of 90 days, and phase 3 is a minimum of 60 days. So in order for each individual to move on to the next phase of the program, they need to finish each step in their moral recognition therapy workbook and remain drug-free. And it's important to note that they do not honor medical marijuana cards either. Other indicators of success are shown in later slides, like education and employment rates. This is just a breakdown of the definition of what is successful, what's a failure, and what's considered to be an other. Some examples of other are people that left the program to receive rehab treatment. Maybe they transferred probation and they're no longer supervised by Tuolumne County. And now we're even seeing the Prop 47 reductions. Next, we have our DRC success fail rates. And as you can see, Tuolumne County's overall success rate is 46%. Given the difficulty of the program and the risk level of these offenders, it really shows this 46% success rate is very commendable. Next, we have our program completion, and this is compared to other counties such as Calaveras, Fresno, Kern, Madera, and Merced. I want to point out, too, that these other counties, with the exception of Calaveras, are very well equipped with transportation systems. So again, this really says something about Tuolumne County's success rate being so high. This can be attributed to the intense cooperation between BI staff, probation, and the sheriff's office. Next, we have a breakdown of the percent of discharges by year. This is kind of an all-encompassing graph. It includes our others, so you can see exactly what's happening. In 2015, we expect to see the success and fail number of individuals to go down, but remain pretty in line with one another. But we expect to see others increase due to the Affordable Care Act and Prop 47 reductions. We should not include the others as failures just because they may have attained employment, they may have gone to treatment, or they may have taken care of some health needs. Next, we have our average length of stay, and right now our average length of stay is 186 days. This graph shows the orientation attendance, which is their very first day in the program, versus phase 3 of the program. So as you can see, in the phase 3 attendance just skyrockets, and that really shows the individual's acceptance of the program. Next, we have our employment rates, again at the beginning of the program and then at the end, which you can see that these numbers are increasing as well. BI really helps with the resume building, the job trainings, referring them to outside agencies that are hiring, which is really important because the research does show that having a history of being incarcerated reduces workers' chance of being hired by 15 to 30%. This graph just shows a breakdown of average monthly attendance, and as you can see, we're doing really well. We're consistently in the 80 and 90% attendance rate. This is just a breakdown of all of our numbers, which I mentioned in the earlier slides. These are some photographs. We have our day reporting center, which is at our Highway 49 location. We have the chain of recovery group therapy room, and then we have our BI graduation cake, which all of you are welcome to attend the graduation. And if you have any questions when that is, BI will let you know.
Okay.
The next program we're going to talk about is the county's electronic monitoring program. With the onset of AB 109, the CCP found it important to fund additional monies into the electronic monitoring program to allow for more people to be released onto ankle monitors. Just to give you guys some background, we use typically two types of devices. One is a GPS monitor, which is on the ankle, and it can track someone's real-time whereabouts anywhere in the county or out of the county. The other is called a transdermal alcohol detector. And what that does is it's also an ankle device. It senses through the skin if someone ingests alcohol. So this is used for instances where alcohol has been a problem with the crimes occurred, or someone has an issue with alcohol and a judge orders it as part of a treatment program. Sometimes someone may be wearing a GPS device and an alcohol device, so they have one on either ankle. Currently, BI provides the electronic monitoring systems through the county, as well as the hookups and collections and everything. You can see with this graph kind of a breakdown of the types of devices we've used over the past few years. Overwhelmingly, we use the GPS device the most. It is the most accurate and encompassing. This information shows our success rates. As you can see, as a county, overall, we have an 86% completion rate for EMP, meaning if someone, for example, is sentenced to 30 days of electronic monitoring, in 86% of the cases, they are successfully completing electronic monitoring without violating parameters of the program. That's a really high success rate compared to other counties. This next slide shows the average number of days for someone who is sentenced to EMP. As you can see, it kind of looks like it's progressively going down. One thing to note is, as of January 1st, 2015, offenders are now offered good time custody credits, which reduces the actual amount of time on EMP. So the trend for the days to go down will likely continue with that good time credit, as well as with Prop 47 reductions in sentencing.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the jail reentry program, and this is essentially the same thing as the DRC, except it's designed for inmates to participate in evidence-based treatment while they're incarcerated. Individuals can volunteer for this program or they're court mandated. The goal of the program is to prepare participants for a successful reentry to society. Some participants are expected to transfer to the DRC for further programming after release. These inmates are predominantly moderate risk. This slide basically is an all-encompassing list of what the JRP provides these inmates. Next, we have our JRP success rate, which is 68%. Again, we have a breakdown of discharges by year. This is encompassing of the others. And probation does expect to see the numbers of others increase due to the early jail release. We have an average number of days, and right now the overall average length of stay is 129 days. And this is a photograph of our room in the jail that's utilized for the JRP program.
Since 2011, the jail has seen this breakdown of AB 109 offenders come back into the jail or be booked into the jail. One thing to note, the most current numbers from CDCR state that 54% of CDCR parolees recidivate within the first 3 years. Our numbers since 2011, our PRCS and 1170H classifications, our average recidivism rate is 19%. So we're doing something right with these programs because our recidivism rate is approximately 30 to 35% less than the state average, which is a big success for Tuolumne County. The next program we're going to talk about is the work release program. This is used as an alternative to jail. It operates 7 days a week. On weekdays, we average 20 participants. Weekends, we're averaging 28 participants per day. This is operated out of the probation department with probation staff. We do projects such as county buildings, groundskeeping, state, federal, BLM land projects, area schools, and nonprofits. This is kind of at a glance of what the work release program has done in the last few years. The highlight of this would be since 2012, the work release program has saved county agencies, including nonprofits and schools, approximately $1.1 million in labor to do maintenance around buildings, grounds, events, you name it. We're seeing an increase in work release orders from the court as an alternative to community service or jail time. Increasingly, the court is sentencing people to work release in lieu of other types of sentences. These are just some examples of work release projects. Work release crews replaced all the stamped concrete in front of the library over a few month period of time. Those used to be brick stripes in there, and they were removed by hand, cement poured, stamped, stained. And the ambulance building up on Longeway in Soulsbyville, that was stripped, painted, outside totally redone by the work release crews as well. So the work release crews can do small projects, large projects, you name it. You're probably seeing us in the county on a daily basis in our trucks and vans. We also operate the community service program for the county. What that means is if someone is sentenced to community service, they can choose where they do their hours. It has to be a nonprofit agency. It does not have to be in this county, but they do have to report their hours to us for verification. What we're seeing is the number of community service hours ordered is dropping each year, but the number of work release days and hours is increasing. So in lieu of community service, which is a little bit of a looser program, they're being sentenced into work release, which is a more strictly run program. The next program that came out of the CCP and AB 109 funding is the Jail Inmate Work Crew Program. This operates with jail inmates. They go out into the community and do specific projects supervised by jail staff. It's to teach teamwork, work ethics, specialty skills. They're clearing roadways, they're landscaping, reforestation, rimfire projects. They were the crew that built the giant fence on the new Law and Justice Center property over a few months period of time and did a lot of clearing out there. Those are examples of the work they're doing. The Jail Inmate Work Crew program started in May of 2014 and so far has recorded over 24,000 man hours without a lost time incident. That's a really big deal considering the risk of the work they're doing, the heavy labor they're doing. So far, 27 inmates have been assigned through that program, and they've saved the county $80,000 in labor. That doesn't include, obviously, other projects that were done for the Forest Service, UGE, Caltrans, everything else. These next slides are just some before and after pictures of what the jail inmate work crew programs are doing. This is for Caltrans, clearing drainage and road clearances. Trail clearing projects, before and afters. The next program that the CCP funds is through the District Attorney's Office, and that is the Victim Witness Program. AB 109 funds one full-time victim witness advocate, and it's been funded since fiscal year 12-13. Provides services to crime victims, including but not limited to elder abuse, burglary, child sexual abuse, assault, car theft, and vandalism. It's provided services to 301 new victims of crime, offering over 2,300 services to those victims in fiscal year 14-15 alone. The CCP also provides funding to behavioral health for AB 109 clients and offenders. Some of the things it has been used for are emergency prescription medication refills for newly released offenders, screening offenders for eligibility to county and state medical program services and SSI, and providing accelerated access to mental health services for qualified clients. Finally, the pretrial program started in about October of 2014. As you can see from this slide, this is just a summary of the reasons the pretrial is so important. As we all know, the jail is almost always at its capacity and is always faced with early release. Having a pretrial program in the county would allow for those who have not yet gone through the court process to be released on things such as an electronic monitor prior to the court process, to make room for post-sentence offenders to remain in the jail for the duration of their sentence. Our pretrial program has been difficult to start. We've been having some issues finding the right evidence-based assessment tool to use in our county, and that's mainly because our county population, crimes, drug use, and the rural nature of the county make typical assessment tools not quite the right fit for us. So we are currently working together to search for the right tool that will allow us to implement in the county and allow more offenders to come out pre-trial. As we said before, this kind of covers through June 2015. Obviously, we're now in fiscal year 15-16, so what's new in this fiscal year? Some things we've added through BI. BI is now going to be providing through the DRC and jail program parenting classes to enrolled clients, life skills classes, a cognitive behavioral therapy computer lab for offenders for job skills training, as well as working on our pretrial program. The jail has implemented a female outside work crew. They are constructing a nursery for jail inmate work crews to operate. Behavioral health will have more flexibility using AB 109 funding for treatment and other needs. Department of Social Services provides assessments and screenings of inmates to get them Medi-Cal eligible and in touch with other resources while they're still in the jail. The high school equivalency test is now going to be offered in the jail, as well as VA services in the jail. Ongoing needs that were discussed by CCP members in preparation of this presentation. Obviously, a new jail is high on the list, and it looks like it's something we will be getting. So a new jail will allow increased beds. The newly designed housing units will be safer for both inmates and staff by providing better lines of sight and surveillance. There'll also be more room for programming. Right now, the way the jail is designed, there just isn't the space for programming and evidence-based groups and therapy and things that you would see in a newer facility. A new facility would allow a much larger scale of those programs. Other ongoing needs, mentally ill offender programming and funding. That's a huge need in this county. Co-location of our criminal justice buildings and staff to allow closer cooperation and communication and efficiencies. Expanding our pretrial staffing and programming. And overall more state funding to sustain program levels and success rates. Right now, we have a trust fund that we can spend out of our overages this fiscal year and approximately 2 more fiscal years after that. It'll likely be done after those 2 fiscal years. In order to keep up with our cost levels, the state would have to increase our funding levels by approximately 25 to 30% for us to balance. Conclusions from our analysis. When AB 109 was implemented at the end of 2011, all these programs were created essentially from the ground up. There was no prep time, no buildings, no armed probation staff, etc. The county was able to create and implement these programs effectively and quickly. Tuolumne County success rate in AB 109 programs are much higher when compared to the rest of the state. We can attribute that to the probation and sheriff's office close collaboration, able to share information and keep tabs on AB 109 offenders. Whether offenders succeed or fail in the program is vital to the criminal justice system because it is another resource to assist in keeping offenders accountable. And we want to know if you guys have any questions.
Yes, Supervisor Royce, we'll start with him.
First of all, good presentation, a lot of good information. I'm curious if there's any types of information or statistics on the type of offenders that you see go through the different programs. I know you talked a little bit about like the non-nons and with Prop 47, but I'm curious like if there's information that would break down percentage-wise how many are drug offenses, how many are property offenses, and something like that, and where they go, what they are typically charged with, and where would we get something like that?
We can gather that information and break it down for you.
Okay.
We have the list of all the AB 109 classified offenders back to 2011, so we can look at their charges.
Is there a general way that offenses are grouped together? I look at crime graphics all the time, so I see like all the different codes, and sometimes I look them up and I see people I know, things like that. It's kind of fun, but I'm joking. It's not. But no, it'd be interesting to see how those stats break down and how many of those different types of groups are in the jail, how many are wearing, bracelets, how many are doing work release and so forth.
Generally, when we do statistics, we would break it down into property crimes, drug offenses, and violent crimes. Those are the main three.
Yeah.
So if that's something you'd like to see, we can
Yeah.
absolutely prepare that.
Totally. Thanks.
I can also add too that with our offenders wearing anklets, the majority of them do have
Drug crimes. Gotcha. Thank you.
Supervisor Abel.
Well, first of all, let me say congratulations to the entire team. You've done a terrific job. Success ratios are pretty high, so my congratulations to everybody that participates in it, and even those who aren't here, because I know it's bigger than that. A little concerned about your comment about needing a 25 to 30% increase in funds. What's your plan B if you don't get that? Because I seriously, sitting in on some of the RCRC and CSAC budget things, I don't see a lot more money coming, which is kind of scary to me. So
right now, we do have a sizable balance in our trust fund that will sustain us over the next 2 to 3 fiscal years. That will give us time to come up with a plan to sustain the programs. We are seeing in the past few years a 10 to 12% increase each year in state funding. So there could be a way to balance it, but I'll leave that to Adele to kind of detail a little further.
As we have continued, so far we have discontinued the use of one program that we found was not effective. We'll continue to do that kind of analysis on what's working, what isn't. Also, some of our programs, especially the inmate work program that's coming out of the jail, there is some revenue building there, and we also do charge if there is an ability to pay for our work release programs. That money can then be placed back into seed other programs and assist the program. So, we're just in the beginning stages of that. Hopefully that will help us to stretch that trust fund money a little bit more, but we'll constantly be advocating for more money, of course, and also looking at doing a good, thorough analysis, as you see today, on our programs. I wanted to add one additional comment. In view of the recent article in the paper about the information from the California United for a Responsible Budget, talked about kind of in disdain that we were building a new jail. Well, I can tell you, having sat on state boards through the BSCC, we first need a decent and workable, safe jail. We are not opening new floors in a jail just because we aren't putting money and energy and commitment into community-based programs. We need to have a functional, safe jail with programming space and with opportunities for inmates to get the types of skills they need while incarcerated. So I don't, that kind of bristled me because, first of all, we have to be on a level playing field, and we desperately need that jail, and we support that wholeheartedly here. You can also see we support community-based treatment because we have put every effort and dollar we have into building viable programs, and we are seeing success here. So I'm very proud of our team and how this county has come together, and I believe that, boast about this when you go to your CSAC meetings, because I think we're doing a heck of a good job, and we've got a wonderful team. And thank you to my staff for the presentation, and we gave you what you wanted. Right, Randy? Thank you.
Randy, did you have another question? Randy?
No, I'm done.
Okay, Carl?
Yeah, we do boast about you all everywhere we go, and the good news is we don't have to. because everybody recognizes it. And I want to thank the entire team. But I also want to say to our public out there that might be listening that teams are a reflection of their leadership. And in the entire law and justice arena in Tuolumne County, we've got great leaders, and thank you for that.
Anybody else? Chair?
Yeah, I'd really like to echo the comments that Supervisor Rutherford just made. And Adele, we had a brief conversation about this before, and you did bring it up, but that nexus between folks that are not successful in some of these programs, the jail is really a necessary piece, to complete the circle so that if they're not successful, there is a capacity at the jail. So thank you for making that point. Thank you for a very well done report.
And also I want to thank you, but I do have a question. You touched on a transportation issue earlier on about Fresno and some of the other counties having better transportation. What exactly are you looking for? Is it transportation to the center, or?
The point we were trying to make is in Tuolumne County, we have a somewhat limited public transportation system, as nature being a rural county. Our success rates are almost double Central Valley counties who have extensive public transportation systems. Some of these DRCs in the Central Valley, their bus stops stop in front of the DRC program. Some of our people are walking out there.
Okay.
We provide a shuttle every day. So the barriers to finishing the program successfully in Tuolumne County are much greater than Central Valley programs.
Okay, it might be possible to work with TCTC and know what we had a meeting here last week on unmet transit needs, and I think just reaching out to that organization, we might come up with some better help and solutions. On the AB 109 funding, Supervisor Hanvelt did ask the question that I would have asked. The governor said that there's going to be a lot of savings to the state when we had the AB 109 in place, and that those savings should come back to the counties. And I think we need to keep reminding him while he's still governor that that's what he said he would do. And as far as the work crews, I think they're wonderful. I mean, I go out and see the work that they do everywhere they've been. All you hear is compliments about how the work was done, how professionally. Did have an opportunity to tour the new garden area. Looks like we've got another 90 acres to expand on if we need it. So, but kudos to all of you that have worked on those projects, and keep up the good work. When we go other places, we hear stories about how hard it is to get along with people, other supervisors not getting along with the sheriff and the probation officer, and I'm so happy that doesn't seem to be here. So thank you again. Anything else?
One more thing.
I'll ask for public comment in a minute.
Hot off the press, invitations to the next BI graduation, so I want to hand those out.
Okay, before we end this subject, I'll ask any public comment. Anybody wish to speak on this item?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I do want to speak, Sheriff Jim Mealy. I do want to just say thank you. Two things. One, this would not be possible if it wasn't for the leadership of Adele Arnold. I have to give her kudos. In 2011, when the governor dumped this on us, we had a governor prior to Governor Brown by the name of Schwarzenegger, and he called it the prison dump. And then Governor Brown kind of saw that that's not a good verbiage to use, but it's basically the same. And we couldn't have done it without Adele's leadership, forward thinking. When you were talking about leadership, there's a difference between a manager and a leader. A manager will look at an apple and will say, how many seeds are in that apple? Whereas a leader, which Adele is, will look in that apple and say, how many apples will I be able to get out of those seeds? She's always looking forward, and I've learned a lot from her. This program works. We have our struggles, but this program works. I was just in Save Mart the other day, and one of the young ladies who had gone through this program said, "Hey, Mealy, you know that I am up for a promotion here." And how proud she was, because she was able to take the things that she learned from this program and use it in her life, and now is a true member of society that is able to give back to society. And so it's because of the teamwork that we have, but I do want to give kudos to Adele and her forward thinking and leadership. So big hat goes off to Adele on that. So
All right.
thank you.
Are you proposing we cancel her retirement?
Anyone else wish to speak? All right, thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. Clerk, please read our 11 o'clock appointment. Okay, how about a 5-minute break?
Thank you.
All right. I don't want to pick on Carl, but he's absent right now. We'll see if we can get him here. Oh, Supervisor Brennan's out there in the audience also. Okay. Please read our 11 o'clock appointment.
Consideration of providing staff direction on options for future ambulance system operations.
Boyack.
Bring an item before your board on the future direction of ambulance services in Tuolumne County. Beyond June of 2016, our long-standing contract and partnership with Mankato District Ambulance will expire June 30th, 2016. The existing public nonprofit partnership has proven very effective in managing the residents' emergency medical transportation needs for approximately 30 years. However, with the upcoming expiration of the current contract and trends of increasing healthcare costs, we thought it was an opportune time to get before your board to discuss and evaluate our current ambulance system. The presentation is designed as an overview of our Tuolumne County ambulance system, its history, its operational components, and outline other local area service models and discuss options for ambulance services beyond 2016. Those options include maintaining the status quo, so the current county nonprofit partnership or something similar, a privatization model, bringing ambulance services completely under the county umbrella, so bringing personnel under our oversight as opposed to contracting for personnel, and possibly looking to create a special district or a series of special districts to provide those services. Before we get into the PowerPoint, I would like to thank Amy Art from my office. She is a staff services analyst. She did the majority of the research and the development of this PowerPoint. For that, I thank her. Clarence also contributed in a large way in doing an immense amount of research and other models that we're going to bring before your board today. So with that, we'll get started. So when looking at the ambulance system, what are some of the objectives we are looking for with respect to system outcomes, quality, cost control, dependability, equity? And what does that mean when I say quality? For us, it's the highest level of competence in our ability to respond at the highest quality level across the landscape county-wide. What kinds of cost controls are we talking about? Best bang for the buck, making sure that our rates are at a certain level that allow us to maintain sustainability with respect to the program, yet not so costly that we're unable to provide a program. Dependability, maintaining the infrastructure, so the ambulances, the ambulance stations, and our personnel. And what does equity mean? That means when an ambulance responds to a resident here in Tuolumne County, whether it's in Groveland or whether it's on the Sonora side, that when they respond and they are providing services to our residents here in Tuolumne County, that our residents can be expected that they are getting the highest quality health care that we can provide them. So what does the history look like? Honestly, ambulance services struggled until about 1985. Being able to provide a quality service and maintain a sustainable system was a challenge. And around between 85 and 87, the county was contacted to possibly entertain the idea of providing a service that would be sustainable on into the future. At that point in time, the county did establish the Ambulance Enterprise Fund. We drafted an RFP, we went to the marketplace, and in 1987, we contracted with Manteca District Ambulance to provide ambulance services, the personnel piece of ambulance, and day-to-day operations for Tuolumne County in partnership with our county. From 1987 to 2004, Manteca was our contractor, and in 2004 again, we drafted an RFP, we went to the marketplace, we had one response, Manteca District Ambulance. Upon that response, we established a contract, and we are now at the end of a 12-year contract and that partnership with Manteca District Ambulance. So what does our ambulance system look like?
Members of the board, Clarence T. EMS Coordinator for Tuolumne County. Since we last updated the contract with Manteca in 2013, we have opened the new, well, that was in 2012 actually, I believe, the new station out on Stryker Court. But we have had an increase in the number of units we have. We have stationed at Sonora. One station has two 24-hour ambulances there. Groveland has one 24-hour ambulance. And Monte Vista area has one also. And also in East Sonora, at the Stryker area, we do have a little station there.
Okay, so what does the organization look like? Before you right now is the county piece of the organization where your board controls essentially the budget, and we control many aspects within the scope of the operations of ambulance services here in Tuolumne County with respect to the contract and billing services. I report to Ann Conley. Ann Conley oversees the ambulance program. Clarence, as the EMS coordinator, reports to the Director of Public Health Nursing, and that's Kathy Amos. As you recall, back when we were recruiting for the health officer, we bifurcated the health officer's duties at that time and created, if you will, another contract position for EMS Medical Director. And we went out with an RFQ, and we currently have a contract with Dr. Kimberly Freeman as our EMS Medical Director. So what does the personnel organization look like for Manteca? Today we have Bill Caldera in our audience. He's sitting right there. He is the Chief Operating Officer for Manteca District Ambulance. They have a lot of staff that work here in Tuolumne County with respect to a number of paramedics, EMTs, supervisors, and he also has an education manager that works right here in Tuolumne County. I would point out that Manteca District Ambulance must be a good entity to work for. I have some statistics here to share with you with respect to a number of staff that have been around for a number of years. Longevity is key with respect to providing these services and the quality of these services. 20% of his staff have been around 6 to 10 years, and 43% of his staff have been employed by Manteca for over 10 years. That is huge when you talk about what kinds of consistent, quality, dependable service we provide for our citizens here in Tuolumne County. The Ambulance Enterprise Fund. So what is the Enterprise Fund? The Enterprise Fund is a self-sustaining fund. That means that we are able to sustain operations in Tuolumne County with respect to maintaining a contract for personnel and day-to-day operations with Manteca District Ambulance, yet maintain under our umbrella our billing services and the assets and the infrastructure. Self-sustaining means that we are self-sustained in the sense that it is a service fee-oriented model with respect to revenue sources that come from several areas. With respect to what those revenues look like, 89% of the revenues in fiscal 14-15 came from our user fees. So we have a rate infrastructure, basic life support rate infrastructure, and an advanced life support rate infrastructure that is applied to every transport we do. And with respect to that reimbursement, 89% of our revenue comes from that infrastructure. 5% comes from the Groveland assessment, and 3% comes from ground emergency medical transportation enhanced Medi-Cal reimbursement. It's a lot of words to say that we do get right now a little higher level reimbursement from the state regarding Medi-Cal transports. So what does the expense side look like? In 14-15, the actual expenses were in the order of about $4.928 million. 68% of that was attributable to the Manteca District Ambulance contract. 17% of that was primarily allocated towards administration expense, 6% from capital expense, primarily ambulance purchases. So what does the contract costs look like over the course of the last contract cycle? It's been a 12-year cycle. So we have the 04-05 through the 15-16 cycle, and what those increases to the contract look like. I would just point out at the 12-13 versus 13-14 piece of the contract, you see an anomaly there. That's because we added a 5th ambulance, 24/7 ambulance, to the contract when we came back before your board in 13 to exercise the last 3-year extension. When I say administrative support, our Ambulance Enterprise Fund supports various aspects of the general fund. In 14-15, that was to the tune of $342,000. Now we have direct charges that come back to the general fund. We have 87 charges that come back to the general fund. And I would just point out that the Sheriff's Department that year, who does the primary dispatching for our ambulance service, we paid the Sheriff's Department, if you will, $151,000 for that service. And in that same year, to maintain our fleet, we utilize our internal fleet services through the CRA, and we paid out $105,000 to maintain our fleet that year.
As you see in this graph, our call volume has pretty steadily increased over the past 10 years, about a 40% increase. And as Steve mentioned, in 12, 13, 13, 14, we added a 5th car. So we had a 40% increase in call volume and a 25% increase in resources as far as ambulances to respond to those calls. And that just shows that we've really tried to be conscientious about staffing, make sure we didn't overstay staff and have a fat budget. If you look in the next section, this is a 8-year, 7-year graph of our insurance payer mix. And if you look at the blue line, which is Medicare, we've had a significant increase in the number of patients we transport and bill Medicare for. That is a trend I don't see changing anytime in the near future. Also, if you look at the green line below, our insurance, private insurance or third-party insurance has decreased significantly also in this time. So you'll see further on when we get here, you'll see that impact that those particular changes will have on the fiscal of our ambulance service.
So why is the payer mix so important? We have an example here as to why it is important. The example is a transport that costs, if you will, we build out $1,735. In the first example, it is a insurance example where if we provided service to an individual that had insurance, we would bill the insurance company would pay $1,388, and there would be out-of-pocket expense for this particular person at $347. That would assume 100% reimbursement under that scenario. If you look at Medicare and Medi-Cal, that is not the case. So Medicare, for example, same service, same level of requirement through the ambulance service. We bill out $1,735, we get $562 back. And that's only 32% of the cost of being able to provide that service. Under the Medi-Cal scenario, 8%. So you might ask, well, how do we maintain the system? With respect to these two pie charts, one is the average transport breakdown, one is the average payment breakdown. If we look at the green section, we just talked about insurance. Insurance generally pays full freight. So 18% of our payer mix is insurance transports. That results on the right-hand side pie chart at 52% of our reimbursement. That in itself that should just about explain everything. So we have to keep rates at a certain level to ensure that when we bill insurance companies, we're assuming for the loss. If you look at Medicare and Medi-Cal on the left side, if you add those together, 76% of the transports are either Medicare or Medi-Cal, resulting in about 43% reimbursement. We have to assume in other areas of the enterprise fund sustainability. We do that through our rate infrastructure, primarily to insurance companies. Let me just mention that we're talking about our ambulance system, but if you're looking at a physician's office, if you're looking at a hospital, this is the same thing. So in case someone thinks this is just, the case in our ambulance system, that wouldn't be accurate. So what's the cost of running this? What is the cost to have an ambulance sitting in an ambulance station with the key in the ignition, ready for an EMT and a paramedic to jump in it and turn it over and run down the road? Right now, for us, it's $758. We were able to collect on those calls at $783. So not only are we sustaining our current operation, but we are able to build a budget like we did this year with a $1.399 million contingency. Now, one might ask, well, why do you need such a large contingency? Well, we have infrastructure and capital costs that constantly are before us. We have replaced a number of ambulances over the last few years, and we continue to do so. There may be opportunities in the future to make adjustments with respect to where we might locate an ambulance station, or if we need to build a new ambulance station or maintain existing ambulance stations. I would just point out that 783 is a primary direct result of maintaining two pieces of our revenue stream. ground emergency medical transportation revenue, which is our Medi-Cal enhanced revenue. We've received after this year through 16 somewhere in the order of about $700,000 over the last 3-year time period. We've also been able to maintain, with your board's help, because you've written 7 letters
Super rural.
back to Congress with respect to maintaining our super rural reimbursement through Medicare. So local area service models.
Regardless which ambulance model the board directs us to take, the state mandates through Health and Safety Code that you have an EMS agency to monitor and regulate the ambulance services. There are 4 basic types allowed by Title 20, by Health and Safety Code, and they're listed there before you. I'm not going to read them all, but Tuolumne County has the EMS agency within the health department. So that's the model we've used. It seems to work fairly well. So, but there are other options which we can address if you would like. We can do that later.
Okay, so we're going to start discussing what kind of service models may be out there for us to consider. Our current model is a public-private partnership, or in this case, a public-nonprofit partnership, because Manteca District Ambulance is a 501c. I'm not sure what the number is, but they are a nonprofit corporation. So the example would be our county plus a contract or similar in nature. What does a privatized model look like? Well, a private model would simply mean that all the infrastructure is either owned or leased by a service provider, and they would be providing that service within the scope of an agreement with Tuolumne County. Ideally, I believe, and I think all of us believe collectively, for a privateer to be successful in Tuolumne County, one exclusive operating area to assume 911 response and transports out of county revenue would be most desirable. American Medical Response in San Benito County operates similarly in San Benito County. What would the operation look like if we assumed complete control under a county umbrella model? So we would assume the ambulance enterprise fund, but no longer go outside of county operations for personnel and day-to-day operations. So Mono County Fire Department operates a similar operation. Special district. So if we were to form a special district that would meet a local specific need, what would that look like? Ebbets Pass Fire Protection District in the Highway 4 corridor operates similarly, and Clarence brought to our attention, because Clarence lives in Oakdale, that the Oakdale Valley Hospital District operates in a similar fashion by where they formed a district to provide ambulance services. Future ambulance system operations. So while we were obtaining research data, we looked at several counties, and we tried to look at counties that were similar to us, both in population, size, what have you. So privateers that operate out there in Amador, Mariposa, San Benito, Tehama, and Trinity counties were looked at. Fire district providers, such as those in Lake and Mono County, were taken a look at. And in Calaveras County, they have a mix of providership. They have the Ebbets Pass Fire Protection District, and they also have American Legion that operates in a private fashion both in Amador and Calaveras counties. So moving forward again, do we maintain our current partnership with a nonprofit entity or a privateer? Would we consider privatization? Do we bring ambulance operations in-house? Do we consider establishing special districts? I will just say this, if your board looks at moving forward with options 2, 3, and 4, it is going to require an element of review to the point where we may need to have an outside contractor come in and do a feasibility study to report back to your board what the cost of this benefit for each one of those might be. The likelihood, I would say this, the likelihood that we would be able to complete such a review and generate a report back to your board before June 30, 2016, I think is slim. So either way, I think we would probably be looking at least continuing our relationship with Manteca until some other type of arrangement is established. So what we did is we took each one of these options, the 4 options that I presented to your board, and we have developed a table of pros and cons with respect to each one of those options. You will see the pros and then the service objective. Those objectives refer back to slide number 2 I shared with you in the beginning with regards to what our values are with respect to ambulance service implementation. I'm not going to go through those specifically, but what I would like to do is talk about each one of these options. So for the status quo, this option provides for greater local control, consistent service levels countywide. The program infrastructure and day-to-day personnel contract is in place, and there is less liability exposure to the county. In this case, Manteca maintains liability for their staff, and they also maintain liability over the ambulance fleet. For example, if an ambulance gets in an accident, Bill and his folks will take care of fixing an ambulance if it gets in an accident, for example. That doesn't come directly from the Ambulance Enterprise Fund. The model would allow us to continue to collect GEMP revenue, and we would have no collective bargaining requirements under this scenario. So the status quo model would also continue to push dollars, if you will, back to the general fund for those support services from the general fund. So maintaining the status quo from a con perspective, if you will, the county does not have general day-to-day control over staffing. That is something the contractor takes care of, but I can let you know I've been working directly with Bill Caldera and Clarence for 7 years. On occasion, we do get complaints from the personnel side. Those complaints are dealt with quickly, and we eliminate any challenges with respect to situations like that. It's been my experience that I've been doing high-level administration activities for the county for about 13 years. I've never, ever heard of anyone from the public come stand at that lectern and address your board on a complaint regarding our ambulance service. And I would have to guess that goes way back. That is attributable to the partnership that we have with Manteca and our EMS agency and our medical directorship to ensure that not only are we sustaining operations, that we're providing the best possible operation. Privatization. What does that mean? The model shifts administration, billing, and capital purchases and infrastructure improvements to the provider. They would be responsible for all aspects of ambulance operations. There would be no collective bargaining under this scenario, and the county would definitely see a decrease in liability. So privatization, on the cons for privatization. In the privatization scenario, there would be decreased local control. We're turning over that control for day-to-day operations to a private model. The private model in California is not eligible to receive GEMP revenue, so that would be a loss from that perspective. They would not be able to generate that revenue. There would be increase in staffing costs. From a county perspective, we would have to generate RFPs. We would most likely have more oversight, contract oversight that would have to be provided under that model. And there would be a need to negotiate asset and infrastructure disposition depending on how the contract is developed. So in the privatization model, Craig asked us early on, we shared the presentation with him about a month ago, and he asked to do our best effort in trying to make a comparison to our system versus a private model system. So the slide before you has what our system looks like and American Legion in Calaveras and Amador County. So the population served is identified, the geographic area is identified, the call volume is identified. Their call volume is slightly higher than ours from the standpoint that their geographic area assumes more of a population base. You see their total revenue, our total revenue and expense as well. The cost per call, the cost or the average collected per call, and what that profit per call looks like. Just note that this table identifies 13-14 data and not 14-15 data. I just want to make that comparison because I shared with you 14-15 data before. And it's only a snapshot in time because there are variables that have significant impacts to ambulance operations, such as capital purchases, administration expenses, and certainly call volume and payer mix. Okay, under the privatization model, there are several regulatory issues that Clarence is going to speak to.
The model we currently have has monitoring built in, so to speak. Facilities make sure that all the ambulance stations are up to code and are safe and meet the requirements that we have set forth. CRA maintains the ambulance, otherwise we would have to go in and look at their maintenance records. And also, if it is a private model, we would also have to undergo CHP inspection, which our current ambulances, because they're government-owned, do not have to do. Also, since we are purchasing all of our equipment and supplies, we know exactly the quality and quantity of what we are providing to the crews. As to where that would have to be monitored and regulated more tightly under a private agreement.
All right, moving forward, option 3. So, do we consider bringing our operation in-house? What does that mean? Well, simply, this model will provide complete control over operations, both from an ambulance program, including personnel. The county would be able to continue to collect GEMT revenue. The infrastructure and capital is already in place. The fund would continue to support general fund services as we do today. So what are some of the negative aspects about bringing it in-house? Currently, we were unable to find a model by where the county completely operates a ambulance system by itself without some other involvement from another fund, such as fire. So my point in saying that is that if we were to do such a model, ambulance only, it doesn't happen very often. As a matter of fact, we couldn't find a model to share with you by where a jurisdiction has only an ambulance system without it being partnered with some other type of fund. This would increase costs for personnel, there's no doubt. If we're looking at salaries and benefits and retirements, defined benefits, that type of thing, it's going to definitely increase costs. Most likely, it would lead towards a new bargaining unit, and we would have to deal with that if it should come up. The model would increase the county's liability exposure, without a doubt. And Clarence is going to speak to a little cost comparison between in-house and our current model.
Just take a quick glance at the table that we have there, and you'll see the right-hand column is the most telling with the cost per ambulance per year. So it's hard to compare apples to apples because each system runs a different number of ambulances and may staff slightly differently. But if you look, the way Manteca runs it, they run 5.6 FTE per ambulance. As to where the Roanoke County Fire Department, they have 7 FTE per ambulance, and the other pass is 6. And that is basically because Manteca runs a 60-hour work week, Monmouth does a 48, and Ebbs Pass does a 56. It requires more personnel for them, so therefore all the additional personnel costs and benefits contribute to a larger number, as you see on the right-hand side of that graph.
Okay, what does a special district look like? Well, a special district would certainly allow for that district to have full, complete control over the system that is provided under that umbrella. All costs of operations and infrastructure would shift to a special district. Some of the negative impacts or some of the challenges that would be for those that would want to establish such a special district is that the model would most likely become a LAFCO matter, which ultimately would possibly require a vote of the residents. And then, how many districts? What does their call volume look like? What does their fee infrastructure look like? Are they going to be able to sustain operations moving into the future if we have several districts providing ambulance operations as opposed to one? So there would, we expect that if we move down this model, we would see gaps in funding and gaps in our ability to provide adequate services. There would be a required higher level of EMS oversight, especially if we have more than one district providing services. There may be call volume discrepancies, and a special district may be unable to provide a higher level of service that we provide to remote areas in the county. So, future considerations. Moving on into the future, as our population continues to age, we will definitely see a shift towards an increase in Medicare transports. We shared with you what that level was. By far, the majority of our transports today are Medicare transports, and I shared with you what our reimbursement rate is for a Medicare transport. It's not as sufficient as it needs to be, even with the super rural reimbursement rate patch. We will most likely see a decrease in super rural reimbursements. It seems like every year we're dealing with an appropriation through Congress to continue to achieve that. Right now, we're going to get it out through 2017, but who knows beyond that? GEMP we're getting right now is an enhanced Medi-Cal reimbursement. As we move further and further into the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, it changes the way certain Medi-Cal recipients receive services, and GEMP is tied to a certain aspect of Medi-Cal and Medi-Cal services that is slowly changing. So we're expecting to see that GEMP revenue is slowly going to decrease as well. The physical and capital infrastructure needs will continue to be maintained. For example, a new ambulance on average is about $125,000. And we have 10 of those, 11, somewhere in that order. And we're putting a lot of miles on those ambulances. Plus, we have 4 stations to maintain right now. If in the future we have to move towards a 5th, well, then that just increases our cost exposure. So changes in service model, or changes in service models. So our contract with Manteca expires June 30, 2016. We feel that if your board chooses to explore a different model, that a feasibility study would be required, and we would have to work quickly to have something in place by June 30, 2016, or we would have to extend our service contract with Manteca. So again, we are here today asking for your board's direction with respect to what ambulance operations are going to look like beyond June of 2016. Again, I've identified the 4 options that we provided your board today, and that is the status quo partnership, a privatization model, a county-only model, or a special district model. With that, we would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Supervisor Royce.
Sure. First of all, good presentation, very thorough. Before I get into what I think about what we should do, I just want to talk about the payer mix problem. That's something that, since I've learned about this, it's been there. As you said, it's probably just going to continue to get worse. Is there anything being done on an advocacy basis through any of our associations or anything to deal with that? I know it's probably a different issue in urban areas where the economy of scales are not the same. But it just doesn't seem right. It's something that really, really bothers me here. The way that the insured and private payers are subsidizing the other programs. Like I said, it's not right. It's scary also because if you look at a federal level, the federal budget, Social Security and Medicare, Medi-Cal, that kind of thing, are a huge portion of the budget that it just doesn't seem to be able to, be an issue that is being resolved, and it's just not sustainable. So, so I think what I'm saying is we need to be proactive about engaging associations. Probably NACO is probably the best venue for that, but that's just a point on that. So hopefully that sparks something for the future. The next thing I wanted to address, I suppose, would be my perception is similar to yours. We don't get complaints about ambulance service. I think that the system that we have seems to work. So does Manteca want to remain in the position that we're in? Would be the question, and we can come back to that in a second and talk about it from Manteca's perspective. Along with that, not only would they want to, but if they did, what is the process for that? Was it similar to if you're fully privatizing and doing like RFP type process, or is it more of a flexible process? Next thing, and along with that, I think I would discourage us from doing full privatization because we would lose local control. That's important to me. And I would not want to have it completely in-house either because of the collective bargaining and long-term liabilities we would assume with that. So both of those are kind of out in my mind. But that being said, beyond the 4 options that you have laid out for us, I think there's some additional considerations that I would like us to make, and it kind of has to do with integrating all of our emergency response resources in the county. Fire responds to around 80% medical aids in one form or another. That should be a huge part of our decision here and how that is integrated into this system. Between ambulance and fire, most of the time they're getting called to the same incidents. We've talked about doing a fire first responder study. I know that's something that is still in the queue. It just hasn't happened. I think this may be something we should consider studying together because when you're I don't think it's as much of a problem for the ambulance side, but on the fire side, when we're rolling engines to, somebody that has a medical aid that doesn't necessarily need that, having the appropriate resources and the most economical resources dispatched is important. So along with that, then, the other thought that I have is EMD. Right now, we don't have EMD, and EMD it's a costly thing. It's something that it just hasn't fit into what we're doing. I would like to see that implemented at some point. I don't know how we would do that and what the drawbacks would be, but it should be considered as part of this whole thought process. And then I had one last thought. I'm blanking out here. Anyways, oh, dispatch. Dispatch is the last component, which should also be considered here, and that process should be also integrated into our overall plan. So all these things, basically, to boil down all the gibbering I've just done, is we need to look at this beyond just ambulance. We need to look at it as our whole system, and those other components are very important parts that would affect my decision making.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I want to kind of piggyback on one thing that Evan brought up. I agree with everything that he said in terms of looking at it as a whole system, but I really am concerned about healthcare costs and reimbursements. And the reason I'm very concerned about it is that if there is ever a fix to the Affordable Care Act, it is most likely, in every expert's opinion that I have ever talked to, and I've talked to a lot of them, going to end up resolving itself in a single payer system. And that worries me, because while we have the safety net of insurance companies now, it's in a single payer system, you're not going to have that. And how are we going to essentially, as a government at any level, how are we going to start paying for things that we're not paying for now? Okay, Medicare and Medi-Cal are not carrying their weight. And all of these services that are being subsidized, and there's no other word for it, it is absolutely subsidizing. Where are we going to get that ability to provide services? And I think that needs to be part of the dialogue, and I do agree it needs to be a dialogue at the national level, because our current president has made it a national issue. So I'll take that on. I'll raise that at NACO, but I think that we all need to be raising it in all of our discussions, because if we're going to go to what in essence is socialized medicine, people need to understand that is going to necessarily mean a drop in level of services.
Supervisor Handel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good presentation. You clearly covered everything. You gave us 4 models, and very frankly, if you went to a service district model, the only one that works is a county-wide one. It seems to me you get all sorts of issues if you do it any other way. So we're talking service district. I'm not sure whether that's the right answer or not, but certainly I believe pulling it inside county is a crazy idea. It has no merit whatsoever. It's not our core competency, and I don't believe we would have any level of cost control there. We're not capable of that. It's not our business. And full privatization, we lose too much with that. Clearly, the current model works. I will argue that I think the only shortcoming of the current model is that we have this huge service area, and how do you adequately do that? And the instant that probably scared me the most was a couple years ago when we had the Camp Tawonga incident, and we had bad data come in on now, I don't want to diminish the seriousness of what happened at Camp Tawonga, but the number of casualties on the first report I got when I was chairman was pretty ugly, and I suspect that we shifted virtually every resource we had that direction, which virtually left the rest of the county naked. And that's one of the things that bothers me with our system. So my only comment in that regard is that we don't have a lot of what I'll call peaking capability to deal with things. But you made a really good point, and Supervisor Royce made that comment too. I've never heard a complaint. Never heard a complaint, privately or any way, shape, or form. When you guys show up, everybody's happy because you're there. So I think we need to find a way to continue under our system, looking for improvements in the system that we can afford. And I'm not sure how we fund all those things. I mean, because as you add readiness to serve a fifth station or whatever, there's costs associated with that, and it has to be borne by everybody. But like everybody else, you just graphically put it out there, and I think Supervisor Rutherford said it correctly. The private pay, insurance pay subsidizes the rest of them. I am curious about one thing. A Medicare call where someone has supplemental insurance, does that improve anything? I've never used this system, so.
It improves it for the user. Medicare, as you saw in the chart, is $1,700. Medicare only allows $640, and then they pay 80% of it. You didn't have
Bill.
a supplemental.
Okay, supplemental covers part of it. Yeah, it's better.
I'm sorry, Bill Caldera with Manteca Ambulance. Medicare supplemental is Secure Horizons or some other type of health care coverage that's a gap coverage for people that are on Medicare that potentially live off their Social Security. So if we have a charge of $1,700, regardless, that's our charges. It is socialized medicine, but I call it cost shifting, okay, as do hospitals. We've gone from, when I started here, we had 3 hospitals. We had in-county behavioral health. We had 4 ambulance companies. And by attrition, you can see where we're at now, and we're not the squeaky wheel. So I think we have gone in the right direction. But what that supplemental insurance does, some of my family has used the service. And my father, who's I'll call him an interesting retired Portuguese man. Brought up his ambulance bill to me and a helicopter ride and a trip to Modesto and all kinds of stuff. But when you ask the person after they see the bill what they paid out of pocket if they have Medicare and a supplemental, they probably paid their $100 deductible, and they're not responsible for the balance. So yes, supplemental insurance is good.
But it doesn't help us.
No, we still get what we get from Medicare, which is 80% of the allowable plus their deductible. So we're just a couple hundred, as you saw in Steve's presentation, we're a couple $100 under that benchmark of $745 even from Medicare, but it's way closer than the Affordable Care Act and Medi-Cal. The other big challenge is when someone calls 911, we do not have the right, based on their medical or lack of medical need, to decline transportation. So we generate a lot of transportation because if we don't, then the state and the feds who do fund us will come in and do an audit and say that was abandonment. Or if you take someone and they don't meet the medical need and the billing office was not transparent as it is being operated by your county, if you Google up Medicare audits of ambulance companies in the last 18 months, it's going on all over, from privateers trying to become budget neutral and survive with that reimbursement. So I really enjoy the 20 plus years, 27 years that we've done this because we do our own billing in Manteca. We have a different economy down there. We also have more commercial insurance. So with that said, the thing to look at too, and it's not on a slide today, the rates in Tuolumne County are comparable with Oakdale, Modesto, Stockton, Sacramento, Los Angeles. We're not gouging people at all, and compared to across the river, our static population there on that slide is in 58,000 range. Well, let's talk about Strawberry Bluegrass, Labor Day weekend, Pinecrest in the summer. We're covering 2,200 square miles, and there's people from the immigrant wilderness to Knight's Ferry. I think we just had a helicopter come in on a SAR this week for a prospector, so we have it all here.
I'm sold. You don't have to keep
Okay.
selling
Well,
it. I'm just concerned about how we get shortchanged and how we fix
Yes, we
that.
do. The
And I want to understand the Medicare private.
Yeah, the Medi-Cal thing is the biggest.
No, it doesn't get any more money.
Sherry, did you have a comment? Then
Yeah.
I want to make a couple. Then
Just a couple of quick things, and thank you for that explanation on the supplemental because I was wondering about that.
You're welcome.
when we're advocating with our different NACO, RCRC, the last bullet point that you had here was increased federal audit oversight. And that needs to be part of this conversation. Because while we see, reimbursement rates potentially decreasing, the cost of that oversight, it does cost the county. We need to be accountable, but we don't need to be redundant. And I think it's certainly got to be part of that conversation. And then lastly, I just had made a note, and it dovetails on kind of what Supervisor Royce was talking about. We need to really be looking at, I think, EMD and dispatch as part of this conversation. And so need to be looking at it more globally. And lastly, I'm sorry, but I just have to add this because I agree also. I have never heard a complaint and really have only had, compliments about the service that's provided.
Okay. Bringing it back to the agenda item, consideration of providing staff direction on options for future ambulance systems operations. That's kind of where we're at. I agree with the comments that Supervisor Royce and Brendan and Rutherford and Hanville all made, but it's part of the program, part of the plan. We always have these issues, but I think the direction that we need to have today is of those options, what direction do we prefer to go with? Because that's the primary element. The other stuff is part of it, but we need to give them direction of what is our preference as far as the direction we're going to go, and then add all the other things.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I think maintain the status quo. I think a relationship with Manteca moving forward is what I'd want to see. But in structuring that in the future, like I said, as far as dispatch, emergency, calls and medical aids, along with the fire study that we're doing, I think we need to readdress the fire study, rescope it.
You already said all of that now.
And so do you want a motion?
No.
Can we just give direction, general direction?
Let's finish. Mr. Peter had a comment, then Bill wanted to say something else also.
So
okay, who wants to go first? All right, Bill, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree it's not broke. I have some innovative ideas that I think will continue to help us. Working with your staff, we are looking at the money that we might be leaving on the table right now from services we provide, specifically patients that we don't transport, that we provide care to. Paramedics can provide a lot of care, and Supervisor Rutherford, you brought this up before, I know. And you did get me with 2 ambulances at a restaurant in Jamestown was a complaint I did handle once for you. But with that said, Manteca is very interested in continuing the relationship. Historically, if you look, I think it's slide 15, in the last 12 years, the contract increase for Manteca's contract averages less than, I believe, 1% a year. We also did 3 fiscal years in a row at 0. The impact, taking that back to our staff, is reduction, in benefits and pay, et cetera. And I'm very proud that we still do not have a collective bargaining relationship here. We're a very tight-knit group. We work in all the different stations throughout the county. Now, the day-to-day operations, if you look at the fire study that Supervisor Royce has brought up, there are a lot more parochial challenges when you look at all those fire agencies, because we work with them. We provide all the training to all the first responders from Dodge Ridge, which we did last weekend, right through federal, state, tribal, all through this contract. And that's not something that you look at the other counties are doing. We have single point ordering for all of your EMS education, which I think is a huge benefit that has standardized this. Now, operationally, I can't go back and tell Chief Avila that I'd like to see 3 Johnny and Roy DeSoto squads stationed along the 108 corridor with 2 people in them, because fire will tell you about flashover and 2 in and 2 out and all those other challenges. But when we started in the 80s, we had 174 volunteers, and there was a lot less requirements to be a volunteer, but we did a 27-hour class on first aid and CPR through this relationship here, and gave them some oxygen and some backboards and said, go out and do well. And every time we ran a call with those people, we helped to do quality improvement by going on actual calls. Don't know if we'll ever see that in our lifetime. As far as the contract, historically, there's not any other nonprofits that would probably want to bid on this. When you look at our margin, we take all the risk for hitting all the deer and the cars and the ice and the snow and the workman's comp and et cetera. People ask me sometimes, I've been doing this a while, when are you going to stop? And I think of Craig Pedro. He's been around as long as I have, but my answer to my fireman friends are, you're PERS, I'm 401k. Okay, so when you look at it that way, I don't have gap insurance. I don't have Medicare yet. I plan on, I'm 57. I plan on going another decade. Regardless, even if it was at a consulting position, this is something that I've pretty much dedicated, my career to. The contract extension, historically, Cliff White was the first person that kind of got this going. We would come up with other innovative ideas that I would be more than happy to share with you if we have a breakout meeting on how we could extend the contract in a reasonable fashion without having to spend a lot of money to do it. All the historical feasibility studies that we've done in this county, we hire consultants with RFQs. They come and question all of us, prepare a document, and get our information, and then sell it back to us. I don't need to do that. I'm already here. Okay, so... And I think the other thing would be, yes, fire is a part of this, but they're a third service. Okay, we are a third service. We are a public health model. Currently, we're not a public safety model. I don't expect that we're going to, put on turnouts and be dual role. If you look at the counties, even the Bay Area, that have done that, it hasn't worked out real well because of those parochial boundaries, as I'll call them. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pedro?
Yeah. My thoughts as far as what I'd recommend is, I'll do it in this order. One is, regardless of model, it's been said, we've got to focus on the revenue side of things, because it's no matter what the model is for the future, we got to pay attention to that and speak into it as best we can. And I've said on that. But number two, definitely support the extension of a contract with Manteca Ambulance, though I want a no retirement clause for Bill Caldera. I like working with a fellow Portuguese. No, he's outstanding. We can't have...
It's an ethnic argument.
Well, it could be. Okay, we're in trouble all kinds of ways now. No, that's a compliment. Bill's been outstanding. He's more than just a very competent manager, administrator, but he's also a Tuolumne County native. He feels this place and has its best interests, both, because who he is professionally, but that's his heart. And that's just a compliment, side compliment, to Bill. But to direct staff to work on an extension of a contract extension with Manteca. And then I need to return, the third part of this, return with some options on that scope of service on the fire first responder. There's so many combinations that we could be looking at here. Again, the fire, the districts. You all know that's a very difficult, touchy, area. Though I think it's ripe for that discussion. I share Bill's concerns on the ambulance combination within our community. I see a lot of problems, especially adding that into the parochial nature of fire service. EMD absolutely should be part of it, no matter what. For the reasons stated, the consolidated dispatch is another very important aspect, because that's not just say between the city and the county, but there's been the discussion renewed. With CAL FIRE and others, and that's where some plowing, but that's a much more complicated, longer term, kind of thing. The other part I'm just going to throw out there that we can discuss when we get there is also a review of our regional service levels and assessments. And as I see, Supervisor Gray there, the South County years ago was not happy with the level of service was provided when it was just one charging system. They chose to have a higher level of service, and it's well benefited them. But that's a choice that the South County made. I do hear periodically the same concerns in the easternmost parts of the county, but the South County folks decided that's important, to have that higher level. And that's something we could have a discussion. I've even heard that as recently in the Columbia area. There's been that kind of discussion. So that's something that your board could chew on when I come back. So I'm thinking our ledge platform, hitting this. It's not just a NACO thing. It's also a CSAC, RCRC thing, back to the GEMT, type stuff. Again, we come back to you with some proposal on a contract extension with Manteca. I'll come back to you with some options on that scope of that fire first responder / ambulance RFP.
Okay, enough direction, Supervisor Rutherford?
Just one comment. Let's keep, we kind of put the fire and first responder ambulance together. Let's not leave out dispatch.
I've got it all.
Even if we're going to tackle dispatch as a separate thing, just make sure that the sheriff's department is involved in
Absolutely.
all
The
the
bullets I have
discussions.
are fire, ambulance, EMD, consolidated dispatch, and that regional service level discussion.
Okay, now this doesn't require an action, we were just given direction, okay? Any more public comment? Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation. We'll be back after lunch at 1:30. Thank you. Go ahead. All right, I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting of October 20th back to order. We had some morning business that we need to look at again. That'd be item 3A. Would the clerk please read item 3A?
Reconsideration of approving a partnership agreement for the Community Development Block Grant Natural Disaster Resilience Competition application.
Okay, we were looking at restructuring a letter. I think Supervisor Rutherford.
I got to recuse myself.
On this letter? No, not on this
We're
one.
not on 3A.
Oh, excuse me.
It's item 5.
Item 5, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Am I confused?
Yeah, I'm confused. Item 5.
No, you're good. Stay.
5.
Sorry.
Okay. Consideration of approving correspondence regarding the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, California Water Fix, partially recirculated Delta draft environmental impact report, supplemental draft environmental impact statement.
Okay, did everyone get a chance to reread the letter? Or what have went into your email?
So did we do public comment before? I think we did, didn't we?
We did.
So all we need is a motion now?
Yeah, if everybody has had a chance to look at their letter, I did.
Okay. Well, I'll move to approve the amended letter.
Okay, I'm going to ask for public comment just in case someone didn't get a chance to be here this morning on that letter. Seeing no one. We have a motion from Supervisor Rutherford.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hanvelt. A call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Okay, will you, clerk, please read our first 1:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider submission of the Community Development Block Grant application and adoption of a resolution for the 2015 Drought Lateral Program.
Okay, now I'll give my chance. So, due to Government Code Section 87-100, I will be recusing myself because I participate in the county's revolving loan fund with my business, and this is CDBG. So,
okay, Ms. Cox.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. I do have my regular sign-in sheet for anybody that is attending this public hearing, and it is a voluntary sign-in sheet.
Okay, and this is a public hearing.
Yeah, any written comments regarding the county's Community Development Block Grant Program can be addressed to the County Administrative Office. Right. So I know you've had a lot of CDBG today, but I think this is the last one. As you know, CDBG has gotten a lot more chaotic in the last few years, and I would say that this drought lateral program is the most chaotic so far. This was issued October 6th, so we had to get our notice into the Union Democrat the very next day in order to make the public hearing today, in order to get the application in by the 30th. So, of course, there wasn't a lot of information available at the time that we did our notice, and when they finally got around to scheduling a training on this on October 13th, there was a whole lot that had changed. So what you have before you is the revised application based on the information that we were given at this training. So to our surprise, there were only 2 counties that participated in this in the whole state, us and Tulare County. And as a result of that, they decided that they will probably raise the caps on the grants from the $750,000, which is what we had originally expected and what was advertised by the state, to probably at least $1 million and possibly $2 million. So the application that you have before you, based on the recommendation of the state, is for $2 million. That way, we won't have to come back and redo the application later. So the activities that can be covered by this are the service connection fees, the lateral construction, and then a small number of well abatements. So the new numbers would allow for up to 84 residential units to be covered by this. Now, there's a lot of pieces that are still in motion. First of all, the cap limit. They tell us they think will probably be $1 million, and they think that we will hear that very shortly after the 30th of October. However, the rest of it will depend on whether other jurisdictions get their act together and get an application in. And if they do not, then at some point down the road, we're not exactly sure when, they will come back to those who have submitted and say, well, you want $2 million? So at that point, we have already requested and have not been successful with this part yet, that you have a number of dry wells that are just way too far out in order to expect to be able to connect to a public water system. And we made the request before they issued the notice of funding availability, and then again after it became apparent that there were not that many takers, that they reconsidered their decision not to allow us to drill new wells or deepen existing wells. So far they're kind of holding the line on that, but I think if they go up to $2 million, they may be willing to consider allowing this. And then that will come into the mix of what the total array of activities are and how much will go into connecting to the private water system, how much will go into wells. And so it's sort of undetermined at this point exactly how this will play out. But what we were told was to go ahead, submit the application based on $2 million with the idea that up to 84 units could connect to a public water system. Now, TUD has submitted a letter of interest. There are already close to 30 units that they have been working with County OES to identify and connect, and there has been an application that is either already submitted or is about to be submitted to Department of Water Resources to extend a main line down to Quartz that would pick up 15 units. So part of the work in identifying who would actually be able to connect to TUD has already been done. We figure there should be no trouble whatsoever in being able to connect $1 million worth of people to the public water system. When it comes to $2 million, we're going to have to look at whether or not they will allow us to do the wells as well.
Okay, so simply put, we have $2 million, but we don't know how we're going to be able to spend it yet.
Well, we don't have $2 million yet. I think the most...
Well, we're asking for $2 million.
The most likely is that we will get an award of $1 million.
Okay.
And then we may sit and wait for another 3, 4, possibly 6 months until they decide what to do the rest. So,
okay.
More chaotic than usual, I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Pedro, did you want to weigh in?
But this is really, really good news because this is a difficult area. These mainline extensions are very, helpful and the best way in the long run to address these needs.
I would agree. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I see no one, so I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. So nobody wants to...
I will move on staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0.
Now, one other step we will have to take next month, we are told, that we will have to actually have a second public hearing to submit a resolution for $2 million.
Okay.
So we'll bring that back.
We'll see you next month.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Clerk, please read the next item for 1:30.
This is a public hearing to consider adopting the plan specifications and bid books for contract signalization at Tuolumne Road and Standard Road, issuing a call for bids due on Thursday, November 19th, 2015 at 2 p.m., and determining the project is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Ms. Allen.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the Community Resources Agency. In 1999, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution 88-91 that established the county's traffic impact mitigation fee program. This fee program collects from development based on the cumulative impacts to the traffic in the region. In 1998, the City of Sonora, County of Tuolumne, and the Tuolumne County Transportation Council undertook studies to evaluate the impacts of the growth and the development on the regional circulation system. The studies identified road improvements throughout the city and the county that would be needed to relieve traffic congestion in the future and proposed a traffic impact mitigation fee program to fund the needed improvements which are listed in the countywide traffic circulation improvement program. The signalizing the intersection of Tuolumne Road and Standard Road is included in the countywide traffic circulation improvement program and was identified as a needed safety signal warrant. Currently, this intersection is operating at a level service of F. It was identified in the 2000 EIR for the Tuolumne Rancheria Entertainment Facility that the impact of the development would take the intersection's level from a service C to an F if unsignalized. Subsequently, the 2007 EIR for the Peaceful Oaks Estates project identified the existing level of service as an F. In accordance to our circulation element in the general plan, 2.A.H, established level of service for county roadway system, all major collectors, minor collectors, rural arterials, and urban streets and peak hour level of service for all intersections shall be a level of service of D. This intersection services two major collectors and is required under the general plan to operate at a level of service of D. The project was adopted by your board in the 2011-2016 under the Capital Improvement Plan and funded by the mitigation associated with the construction and operation of the Blackout Casino and the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program. The project in general consists of installing a signal at the intersection, constructing a left-hand turn lane and a dedicated right turn lane on Standard Road for the eastbound traffic and westbound traffic on Tuolumne Road, respectively. Construction of pedestrian improvements, installing striping and signage, and constructing drainage improvements, including a culvert under Standard Road to capture runoff and direct it to the appropriate drainage system. Additionally, the Tuolumne County Transportation Agency, as the TCTA, adopted Resolution 27-15, allocating Proposition 1B public transit improvement funds for the inclusion of a bus shelter in this project. The environmental coordinator for the county has determined that the proposed project can be considered as statutorily exempt from review under California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, pursuant to Section 21080.37 of the Public Resources Code. It is recommended that your board approve the plans, specifications, and bid book for the contract 1633, known as the signalization of Tuolumne Road and Standard Road, and issue a call for bids to be due on November 19, 2015 at 2 p.m. and determine that the project is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 21080.37 of the Public Resources Code based upon the following findings. A, the signal at Tuolumne Road and Standard Road is included in the countywide traffic circulation improvement program. B, the proposed project is consistent with the road improvements that can be financed through the Tribal Mitigation Fund. And C, the proposed project is statutorily exempt from review under California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 21080.37 of the Public Resources Code.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. Would anybody wish to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, bring it back to the board for discussion. Any questions? Comments? Close the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll make one comment. I don't want to upset the apple cart and spill all the peaches or anything like that, because this is a long time coming. But I think in light of some of the difficulties that one of our neighboring counties had during the Butte fire, and some recent developments in terms of some traffic laws that have been passed at the state level, I think we really need to look at what our high volume road infrastructure, how it's structured. Years ago in Nevada County, they undertook a program to make all of their major fire evacuation routes 3 lanes, with the idea that they could simultaneously evacuate and ingress fire personnel counter to each other. The other thing that, if you're riding around this county and you get behind a bicycle, if you're going to be legal, you're going to be behind that bicycle 20 miles an hour or however fast they're pedaling until that bicycle turns off somewhere, because you cannot cross a double yellow line to pass a bicycle, and you're required to give them 3 feet, and our lanes with the lack of shoulders don't allow us to do that. So I think we need to identify some major arteries, and I came up with 7 just off the top of my head, and I'm willing to pass that on to staff. But I think some of our roads need to be essentially 4 lanes wide. That's 1 lane each way with a common turn lane in the middle, and a half a lane on either side as a paved shoulder, because that gives the bikers some place to go. It gives our pedestrians some place to go. I hope that I never kill somebody on Parrots Ferry Road at night going home from work, because I've had at least 4 or 5 close calls with either bicyclists or pedestrians that are on the fog line with nowhere to go, and it's dark, and they're in dark clothing. I see this as a public safety issue. So, and I'm not sure that if we had better road infrastructure that we would have some of the problems that are requiring signalization. I'm not against traffic signals, don't get me wrong, but this came to mind when we were talking about the Parrots Ferry project, road improvement project. I guess it was the last board meeting, and it's something that's been niggling at me for a while. So I think it's something that the board ought to consider, and we ought to look at some of our long-term planning and how we might factor some of this into making our roads safer for alternative modes of transportation.
Okay, and I think that's something that we can look at later, but right now we're looking at the signalization of Tuolumne Road. So,
since it's in District 4, did you want to make the motion?
No, you can go ahead. I'll defer to my neighbor here, because
I'm not making a motion, and I still have some comments too. So, Carl, I talked with Carl before this, and I have similar ideas and concerns. And the reason it relates to this is because if you look at Tuolumne Road, it's a major collector. It has a lot of traffic. There's a lot of traffic that travels to the casino. But you have a number of encroachments along there. There's a lot of encroachments. There's a lot of people coming on and off. Having a center turn lane that would probably be somewhere above this and would travel all the way down to, I mean, if you look, you have Hess, you have Lambert Lake, you have, if you look at all the industrial stuff where TUD's at, you have PG&E, you have all the, there's a lot of traffic that comes through there, all the way up to Standard. And then the other big problem area on on Tuolumne Road is Soulsbyville Road. So Soulsbyville Road, and then if you have Buckhorn, you have Woodham Carn and Black Oak right there too, which are also problems. A signal, I look at the signal as one, site specific to this intersection, and also the effect of the whole corridor. One point is a signal will help create spaces in traffic, which can be a good thing, but there's also a need along that whole corridor to be able to get on and off there, and over time there has been issues. Soulsbyville Road is the area where I see the biggest problem right now, where traffic backs up. People trying to turn left at 8 o'clock or 7:45 in the morning to go to Somerville High School is the biggest problem, and I see people wait there for tremendous amounts of time. At Standard, I think there is a problem on occasion. I think it's more of an occasion where it's problems, and I think that on Sundays when the church gets out, and on occasions where there's big tournaments and there's a lot of people coming from Standard Park, it can be an issue. Typically from the school, I went to Curtis Creek when I was a kid. I've never really had problems there. Most of the time I go to Standard Park for softball games and softball tournaments. It's not too bad. I think the biggest problem is like when there's large chunks of traffic that are coming out of the church at the same time when it just gets out, when there's events. So what I'm trying to get to is I'm not sure if a signal is the right solution with the whole corridor and what needs to happen there. I think that signals, same thing. I'm not against signals, but I think it should be a last resort because you're making people stop. The more you're stopping traffic, the more that, you have cars sitting there. It's just not ideal. So this was developed in '99.
No. They did cite other EIRs that addressed it, that were done. What was the latest one?
2007 is
2007. So this is a cumulative. This is something that has been started way back, but it's been looked at consistently all along as a problem. Now, I probably don't travel Tuolumne Road as much as you do, but I do know that intersection coming out of Curtis Creek is a problem. It has been for a number of years, and not just on days that there's a church event. When the casino is busy, that is a problem, and the casino is going to get busier. And I would agree, a center turn lane on the rest of the road would be a great idea, both directions. But this is going to help people get out on the roadway, where right now it's not working.
So then my question, I agree with you to some degree. I just want to know with the so it's tricky. You look at Soulsbyville Road, and I would argue that Soulsbyville Road needs to turn more right now. People making a left right there. Most of the time, people coming from Standard are making a right. Soulsbyville is where I have the problem. But the other thing to consider is this. If you think about where those roads are connecting to, Soulsbyville Road connects back to 108 at the intersection where the outpost is, and it's tying 108 and Tuolumne Road together. Right now, the way Standard Road is, it connects back to Mono, and without those off ramps there, it's a little bit different. And I see that as less of an area that gets crossed over.
Yeah, but we are looking at a possible subdivision to be developed in that area, the off-ramps and stuff, so collectively in the future.
It is a mitigation measure for those projects. I understand that, I do. But go ahead, Randy.
Well, I'd just like to add one more comment, though. Not only does Standard Road connect to Monoway and, if you will, the bypass if you go far enough, but it connects into that Comage area where there's an industrial park and SPI where there's a fair amount of traffic that comes in and out of there. So I think this is a good thing. I do share some of the concerns that Supervisor Rutherford has, and I'd just like to make sure that when they install a signal that they allow sufficient width that we don't have to move the signal later when you do an improvement to Tuolumne Road.
That's what I'm concerned about. And if there would be a need, if you did have some of those other improvements as an alternative, if you had turn lanes. Right now there's not turn lanes there for people to go left, and that's the biggest problem, both directions coming onto it.
We're looking into it, but I'm going to let Duke speak since he...
Yeah, I would like to let you know that we've got two rather large projects coming up. One's called an HSIP project, which is going to be widening Tuolumne Road between Terrace and Lambert Lake, and the current proposal for that is to improve a third lane and to widen the shoulders on both sides of the road. And that to assure you that with this signalization project, we have shoulder widening on all the legs of the road that we're going to be improving. So we are being consistent with the policies adopted by the board in terms of the templates they wanted to see on these major collectors. We do have it incorporated into our standards, and that unfortunately the way funding works, whether it be a capital project or whether it be a development project, that's the opportunities we have to get improvements done on these roads. So we hear you. We're on board with the message you're leaving for us here, and it's a clear understanding that every chance we get, we're trying to do that. So I don't know if Tanya wants to elaborate any further on that, but I think we have several projects where we're doing shoulder improvements. Phoenix Lake was one of them, and the third one was Parrots Ferry. So we're working on it.
Has it been looked at as an alternative to just put turn lanes, left turn lanes here? I mean, it's been planned for a long time to just...
There's a left turn lane.
On Standard Road?
No,
I think you're asking in lieu of a signal.
Yeah.
At this time.
Yeah.
And the answer is no. This project has been identified in multiple traffic studies for projects. The casino, the Westside Cherry Valley featured golf course development, Peaceful Oak Estates subdivision, as well as the regional transportation plan and the countywide traffic impact improvement program have identified again, time and time again, as a future need for this. In fact, it's been needed for a long time. And this, well, it may seem that the traffic isn't as heavy at this intersection. Having this signal will stop the traffic, whether we like it or not, and will provide the gaps for all those approachment you're referring to, so they can safely turn left on the road. It has that.
Is there still, in our plans, I forget which one I'm trying to refer to, Soulsbyville Road, that's the other one. And I'm concerned about that one too, because people coming down Buckhorn are usually going pretty fast, and people coming off Woodham Carn and Black Oak trying to get out there, that's another problem area. So the reason it's important, because there's limited resources and some of the mitigation funds from the tribal impact, all the different pots of money we have, right? There's only so much.
You have a great chance coming up to look at the list of projects for the regional transportation plan, and that intersection, along with several others, has been identified as having a level of service issue. So I'm talking about Soulsbyville and Tuolumne Road.
Yeah.
And when we look at that RTP and we adopt the new fee program, we're also going to adopt a list of projects that are identified based on the most recent traffic studies. And that intersection, I believe Woodham Carn
Yep, Woodham
is
Carn's on
on the intersection list, and traffic studies continue to show that those intersections need work. So when you have a level of service issue, you have an opportunity to deal with mitigation when development comes up, or to look for funding when capital funds become available.
So is this going to eat up the money and not leave money for those other projects?
Well, the good news is that Tuolumne Road and North Tuolumne Road both have an ongoing funding source for these types of projects, and that is the Tribal Mitigation Fund.
Is that for improvements to intersections, or is that for maintenance?
Anything.
Either way.
Okay.
And that is over $100,000 that the tribe pays the county each year. This will
That's
take
good.
a significant portion of that fund, because you can see on the second page of the memorandum that most of this project is proposed to be funded from that particular fund, while the traffic impact mitigation fee fund is contributing $100,000 to the project, less than 10%. So we do accrue money when we, again, there's some funding for this project, and then future projects, it takes time to accrue the money.
So there's a funding source, but there wouldn't be funds at this point.
At this point,
Have to build.
We could look into
Yeah.
the county administrator's office about whether or not we wanted to finance the road with it, because we have revenue to pay back any type of
Yeah.
loan that we could take out to go move forward with those projects.
Right. You mentioned that there is a plan for Woodham Carn also to have a signal. Is that correct? Or what does it have designated there?
Reviewed as part of the regional transportation plan is one of those intersections that will need.
I know it's a problem, but a signal there, that one's a concern also with the slope of Buckhorn. I know we're getting a little sideways here, and I apologize, but it's important because that whole corridor, it affects.
I think we all understand the whole corridor needs to be improved.
But I don't want to use all the money on one part without considering another part. That's where I'm at.
There is a cost to putting a signal in there. We've identified the cost. We have identified the needs on various studies. So the choice is either don't do the signal or do something else. I have to believe that because of the studies that have been done on it, that the signal is the appropriate thing to do at this time. Not to ignore all the other things that you brought up, because they are important. But this is going to be something that will help. It will help all of those intersections that are coming into Tuolumne Road, in my opinion. So, Supervisor Hanvelt.
Would you like me to usurp your authority?
Sure, please.
Okay. Then I will move that the board approve plan specifications and bid book for contract number 1633, signalization of Tuolumne Road at Standard Road. Issue a call for bids to be due on November 19th, 2015 at 2 p.m. and determine the project is statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 2108.37 of the Public Resources Code based on the findings A through C.
Second.
I have a second. Any more public comment? Seeing none, bring back to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
All right, passes 4-1. Supervisor Royce dissenting. Please.
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to increase rates by approximately 2.48% at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station and the Pinecrest Transfer Station.
This is a public hearing. Ms. Barlow, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Belinda Barlow, Solid Waste Manager. Cal Sierra Transfer Station, operated by Cal Sierra Disposal, a waste management company, has submitted a request to increase all their rates by 2.48%, rounding to the nearest nickel. The franchise agreement between Cal Sierra Transfer Station and the county allows them to make an 8% return on revenue using a 3-year rolling average. They submit their financial statement for review by the auditor controller annually. This has been reviewed, and based on 2012, 13, and 14, their return on revenue is 3.02%. The current rates at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station and the Pinecrest Transfer Station were established and became effective January 1st of this year. This included a 4.18 increase over the previous year, the largest increase that has happened. They submitted their 3-year rolling return on revenue, which lists the actual costs for 2012, 2013, and 2014, as well as a year-to-date actual cost for 2015, and projections for the year-end 2015, and a projection for 2016 based on the increase. So the 3 years we're going off of for this particular increase is 3.02%. Next year, this time, if they ask for an increase, their 3-year rolling average, if their projection for year-end is correct, will be 6.49%. The following year, 2017, if this increase is approved, they'll be up to 10.13% on a 3-year rolling average. The rate increase, if improved, would increase the franchisee permittee rate by $2.40 per ton, from $95.90 per ton to $98.30 per ton. It would increase the self-haul weighed loads from $2.60 per ton, from $104.90 per ton to $107.50 per ton. And the cubic yard rate would increase by 45 cents, from $17.50 per cubic yard to $17.95 per cubic yard. The other rates would vary between 2.17% and 2.73% when rounded. The rates at the transfer station would go up 30 cents for the one can or bag of garbage, and which is a 2.69% increase, and it would go up 65 cents from $25.40 to $26.05 for 1 cubic yard of waste. Any increase in the franchisee and permittee rate at the transfer station affects the haulers, and they're allowed a pass-through of that increase. This year, the customer rates in franchise area 1 and 2, served by Cal Sierra Disposal, will not have an increase in rates. They're allowed a 10% return on revenue on a 3-year rolling average, and they have exceeded that this year. Their rates will be reduced. All their rates will be reduced by 0.75%. If this rate increase becomes effective, all the rates that have embedded disposal will increase by 0.65%. So overall, rates with disposal will decrease 0.1%. All other rates by 0.75. There is no provision in the franchise agreement for increases based on a consumer price index, but on actual costs. Several factors have affected the increase in return on revenue for Cal Sierra Transfer Station for 2015. That is, there's been an increase in disposal, which the greater disposal, the greater their profit margin. The increase in rates that became effective has made a substantial difference. They closed the recycle store in March. That was a deficit. And they shortened the operating hours at the transfer station by 45 minutes to reduce overtime costs. A review of their financials shows that they have reduced their costs overall between 2013 and 2014. They are allowed an 8% return on revenue, and they're currently at 3.02%. This was brought before the Solid Waste Committee, and the Solid Waste Committee was given 2 options: one, to accept the proposal as presented, or to postpone the increase until next year so that the transfer station could fully realize the
rate increase, the closure of the recycle store, the increase in disposal this year, and the reduced hours of operation. The Solid Waste Committee unanimously recommended option B, to postpone the increase until next year. If the rates are increased, it will affect all residents disposing municipal solid waste in the county. All of the increases will go to the Cal Sierra Transfer Station to cover their operational costs and increase their return on revenue. There is no direct financial impact to the county. It is recommended that your board implement option B and not adopt the proposed resolution at this time, and postpone consideration of any increase in rates at the Cal Sierra Transfer Station until next year, when they can fully realize the benefits of the current rate increase, the closure of the store, the reduced hours of operation, and the increase in disposal this year.
Okay, any questions? This is a public hearing. Anybody wants to speak to this? I'm trying to remember who was at our solid waste. Was it you, Carl? You and I came in late at the solid waste. And I think a lot of our discussion had to do with the unknowns, and that's why we recommended that we don't do this right now and wait. That's was our outcome, and I think staff ended up agreeing with that. So that's where we're at.
Is public hearing closed?
I'm going to close the public hearing if no one else wants to speak.
Then I'll move on staff recommendation, option B.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. That was complicated. Now this one really gets complicated. Okay, this is also a public hearing. You can read it. Item 4, is that where we're at?
Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to increase the franchise and permittee rates at the Big Oak Flat Groveland Transfer Station and to increase the refrigeration unit with refrigerant rate at the Big Oak Flat Transfer Station.
Ms. Barlow.
Belinda Barlow, Solid Waste Manager. This request had two parts, and the first part is not appropriate anymore since the increase in the transfer station rate didn't go up. We don't need to pass that through to the transfer station in Groveland. So we only need to consider at this point in time the increase in the refrigeration units with refrigeration. The Big Oak Flat Transfer Station is a county-owned facility that is currently being operated through a franchise agreement with the Moore Brothers Scavenger Company. The county subsidizes the operation of the Groveland Transfer Station by paying Moore Brothers $142.15 per ton. The revenue received from the Groveland Transfer Station is subtracted from the amount the county owes, as well as any profit from the sale of recyclables. The refrigeration units are charged at the weighed rate of $147 per ton. If the customer does not have proof of proper discharge of the refrigerant or proper extraction of the refrigerant by a certified appliance recycler, they're charged an extra $10. Steve Moore, president of Moore Brothers, has requested an increase of $10 per unit for a total of $20 per unit for refrigeration units with refrigerant. Cal Sierra Transfer Station rate for refrigeration units with refrigerant is $22.15. Basically, the charge for a certified appliance recycler to come extract the refrigerant is about $20 per unit. Moore Brothers has found a company that's willing to come up and take the refrigeration units for the cost of transportation, which is approximately $350 per trip. This is the same vendor that we use for our electronics. They will take the refrigeration units back. They will take out the refrigerant and any other hazardous materials such as mercury switches or capacitors and properly recycle them and give us certificate of appliance recycling to Moore Brothers as proof it was properly handled. If the refrigerator units with refrigeration is increased to $20, when the truck comes and takes units, which could be refrigerators, air conditioners, water coolers, that extra charge above what the charge was by the vendor will be subtracted from our subsidy as all other recycling. There's no other rate increases proposed for the Groveland Transfer Station. I just want to note that we phased in a gate fee, and in 2016 that will be $4 as the same as Cal Sierra Transfer Station. That's restated in this resolution. This item was brought before the Solid Waste Committee. After discussion, the Solid Waste Committee recommended approval of a resolution to increase the rate from $10 to $20 per refrigeration units with refrigerant at the Groveland Transfer Station. This increase will only affect people bringing refrigerators or units with refrigeration. And the money received will be deducted, as I mentioned, above the cost of recycling. So Resolution B is the resolution that only increases the refrigeration unit. And our recommendation is that you approve Resolution B.
All right, public hearing, any public comment? Any board discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to, on staff recommendation, to approve Resolution B.
We have a first and a second. Call for the vote.
Can you close the public hearing?
I thought I did, didn't I? All right, it's closed. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read the next item.
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to establish new rates for collection of solid waste in Franchise Areas 4 for Moore Brothers Scavenger Co. Inc.
This is another public hearing, by the way.
Okay, Belinda Barlow, Solid Waste Manager. Moore Brothers Scavenger Company has a franchise agreement with the county to operate in Solid Waste Collection Area 4. Title 7 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Codes allows them to modify their rates once per year. They submitted a letter of request to add 2 new rates and to increase several other rates. They have never had a late fee or a return check fee established in their rate structure, unlike the other haulers. This past year, they've been working diligently to review their accounts and serve notice for non-payment, and they would like to request the establishment of the fees to align with similar charges by the other companies. They request to add $29 fee for return checks, a $5 fee for late payment of residential accounts, and a $10 late fee for commercial accounts. A comparison was made between the other companies, and this is in line with the other companies. With the state's emphasis on waste reduction and recycling, some solid waste haulers have adopted a pay-as-you-throw method, charging multiple containers a higher percentage than what has been done in the past. I've been to trainings where they've recommended up to 80% of the first can for the second can in order to encourage recycling and waste reduction. In 2010, when Cal Sierra Disposal proposed their 2-cart system, they actually put 100% charge between their single 35-gallon can, their second 35-gallon can on up. However, Waste Management with the automatic side loaders does provide a 65-gallon cart, which is only $10 more than the 35-gallon cart. Moore Brothers doesn't have that option. They have to manually lift the cans into the back of the rear load garbage truck. Moore Brothers originally asked for an 80% increase on the first can. Solid Waste Division reviewed it and determined that because they don't offer curbside recycling, that it should be a lower amount than the other company that does provide curbside recycling. They also requested a modification to their walk-in rates known as yard service. Once again, a comparison with the other companies showed that they were substantially below the other walk-in rates. They're asking for an increase of $3.15 from $29.87 to $33.02 on the yard service, so that the one container service rate is $6 above a non-walk-in rate. One more rate modification has been proposed, and that is for the extra container charge. The monthly charge for one container is $27.02. If you use the calculation of 4.33 weeks in a month based on 52 weeks in a year, the cost for one container is equivalent to $6.24. The current charge of an extra container is $5.22. When a customer puts out an extra container, it's extra work. The drivers have to note it. They have to send a note back to the office. The office has to record it and put it on the bill. There's a lot more work in that. And they would prefer to raise that so that customers would be more inclined to have a 2-can service rather than calling in for this extra can at a reduced rate. Solid Waste Division staff also requested the establishment of a commingled roll-off rate for recyclables. Currently, Moore Brothers does not collect recyclables curbside at all, but when I have spoken with several of the large camps, the summer camps, they would really like to have that service. Moore Brothers proposed those rates based strictly on the hauling costs and the rental of the roll-off container, as they would for any other service. There is no disposal rate at the transfer station, so there's no disposal cost on this. Currently, there is no provision from Cal Sierra transfer station to provide any reimbursement for recycling either. So there can be there was no way they could discount the rate. They needed to cover their costs. In reviewing the increases proposed by Moore Brothers, the Solid Waste Division agrees that the establishment of a late fee and the return check are warranted. The proposed increase in the multiple can rate was not well accepted by the Solid Waste Committee. They proposed a lower rate. I'll get to that in a minute. The proposed increase in yard service is in line with the other franchisees. So if these increases are approved, Moore Brothers is eligible for a cost of living increase based on the Auditor Controller's review of their financials. So those would be applied to the new rates. The CPI would be applied to the new rates. So at the Solid Waste Committee, when they reviewed these proposals, they approved all the increases. However, they asked that the residential curbside yard service rate be 60% of the first container, trying to reduce the impact on the person with 2-can service that really has no choice, a large family. When staff went back and ran those numbers, it was determined that the 4, 5, and 6-can rate they were going to actually lose money on those rates. Now, there's not a lot of customers with those rates. However, Moore Brothers would prefer not to lower any rates. This was discussed with them, and they did acknowledge the committee's reluctance to increase even 70% and have agreed that a 65% increase is acceptable. The proposed rate increases will impact the residential rates of South County residential customers with multiple containers, yard service customers, and customers with extra container pickup on their regular scheduled service day. And the establishment of the rates for late payment and return checks would affect customers in those circumstances. There will be no impact to the county or the Solid Waste Division. It's recommended that your board adopt a resolution to establish new rates for the collection of solid waste in Franchise Area 4 and that you establish fees for return checks, for late payments, and for commingled roll-off rates, and increase the residential customer rates for multiple can service such that each additional can would be 65% of the first container. Increase the one container yard service rate and base all second can on that first rate, and increase the extra container pickup on the same service day.
Okay, any public comment? I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. One of the things that we did discuss at solid waste is on the two-can issue, that you may not need 2 cans if you recycle more, and it may not have any increase in effect. It's just a matter of doing a better job on the recycle aspect of it. Okay, I'm looking for
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next item.
All right, our final one for
She-
today.
Excuse me, she's going to read that.
Oh,
or-
Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to establish new rates in franchise areas 1 and 2.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Go ahead.
Okay. Cal Sierra Disposal, the company that services Franchise Area 1 and Franchise Area 2, as I mentioned earlier, exceeded their 10% return on revenue of on the 3-year rolling average. They exceeded it by 0.75%, so that reduction will be applied to all their rates. They have also requested an increase in the current extra bin fee, similar to Moore Brothers that needed to increase the curbside residential fee. This is a business fee on the extra bins, which is low enough that, once again, customers tend to have one bin service when they really need 2, and they just call for the extra pickup. They're requesting that the extra bin rates be increased by $11.74 each. The extra bin rates would be increased to $34.18 for a 1-yard bin, and to $45.24 for a 1.5-yard bin, and $56.56 for a 2-yard bin. The extra pickup for a bin is a per bin charge regardless of their current level of service. An increase in the pickup rate would encourage customers to maintain the correct level of service and avoid more expensive extra pickup charges. Let's see. So the franchise agreement states that anything earned above the 10% 3-year rolling average must be returned to the customers. That's how we came up with the 0.75% reduction. So the current monthly rate for a 35-gallon cart service is $26.93. The rate will decrease 20 cents to $26.73. The recycling cart will decrease 3 cents. And the 10-yard roll-off container for brush and wood will decrease $1.25.
All right.
Oh, go ahead. Public hearing.
Any public comment? If not, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hanvelt.
If they need to return the money, they know who paid it. Why don't they just give them back their cash? Just send them all a check.
They have a lot of customers, and some are business.
I understand, but the
I think it
customers
would
paid
cost
the
them
money.
more to give back 3 cents to each customer
Yeah,
than it would
Mr.
to reduce
Well, it
their
isn't
weight.
3 cents. It's over the last year or so. I mean,
Yes.
The franchise agreement actually sets forth how this is handled, and it says if they exceed the 10% in the rolling 3-year average, that they will refund that money by reducing the next year's costs for their customers.
Then since it's a 3-year rolling average, what is the forecast by reducing it the amount, what's the forecast for the next period?
They did not submit that.
I suspect that they'll be over again.
It's possible.
I think they had a return so that they hit the 10% by forecast.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can you explain to me what the justification is for the increase in the extra bin? I didn't get that. I understand they're asking for it, but one, why? And two, are we obligated by our franchise agreements to do that? Or is this discretionary?
You're not obligated to increase the rate.
Okay.
Once again, the extra bin rate is less. They're having to go out, make an extra trip to empty this bin of garbage. So then they have to mark it, let the staff know in the office that it has to be put on the bill. So there's a lot more time involved in that extra bin pickup,
The way they're set up?
the way it's set up now.
It's cheaper for them
to have two bins.
To
have one bin.
To have one bin and then have them come out and make a special pickup.
Right, for two.
Than it would if they had two bins.
What? So they can't pick up, these bins are roll-off bins? Is that what?
These are the 1.5 and 2 yard dumpsters that you see out on the
They're
side of the street.
dumpsters. So they're not I don't understand, they don't pick up the bin and take the bin, they just dump it in the truck, right?
Correct.
So when they're out there, they wouldn't be making two trips, they'd just dump the one, then dump the other, right?
No, it's the same bin.
No, but
on Friday, yeah,
I understand.
Yeah.
Because they call when they have it dumped?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're on a regular route, and, Waste Management say we'll do up the hill on Monday. So if all of a sudden a restaurant had a huge event and they filled the dumpster before the next pickup, they call. The Waste Management has to drive all the way up there, make a special trip when they're not even in that area.
So does it allow for one pickup within a certain time frame, and then they're calling for a second pickup if it's needed? That's what you're saying?
Right.
And they're trying to discourage people from doing that.
Right.
Encouraging people, if you regularly need two bins, then you should have a two-bin service that you pay for regularly rather than this one-bin service with the extra bin.
Oh, the bin's going to be the same size, though,
Yeah, but it's the frequency, how frequently they're picking it up.
because they want to do it on a route.
Yes.
I see that to some degree, but I can also see that some businesses have peak hours and they may not use it, so then they're coming and picking up empty bins. So I can...
What Waste Management is trying to do is have their rate structure set up to improve efficiency, which in their system will then reduce costs throughout.
So they're raising that part. Are they going to reduce the rate for what they're trying to accomplish? They're disincentivizing certain activity, but they're not incentivizing other, right?
Well, all rates are going to be reduced this year, and all rates were reduced some
Across
last
the board because they made too much money for what the franchise agreement allows. But
Yes.
they're not having a reduction based on the other increase. They're
That's
just using it as, see, I don't support that. If they were reducing the base rate for if people got the one can and they made that work, then I could see you're saving some money for doing it this way, but you'd be paying more for this way. That's more fair to me.
Do they do a two-bin discount?
Two bins is less than, or what it is weekly. You have a 1 yard bin that's either picked up once a week or twice a week or 3 times a week or 4 times a week. It's not double the cost to come twice a week of the first bin. The other thing to consider is that with mandatory commercial recycling, any business that generates 4 cubic yards or more a week is supposed to be recycling. This is another incentive to have them recycle.
It's not an incentive to have them recycle. It's a deterrent from having them not recycle.
Okay.
Big difference. Carrot or stick.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay, I'm looking for a second.
A second.
I have a first and a second. Did I close the public hearing? I believe I did. I want to make sure I did. Okay, so we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None.
No.
Passes.
No.
4.
It's no, it's 4-3-2.
Fourth.
I voted no. Did you vote no?
3-2, with Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Hamvelt dissenting.
Troublemakers.
Thank you.
The usual troublemakers.
You know, when you sit on the Solid Waste Committee, you have to do this twice, and it is painful.
And you guys didn't bring up any points that we didn't already talk about.
Okay.
Not a surprise.
Thank you, Supervisor,
Shame you for
Mr.
letting me
Pedro.
here.
Just for the next group of things, we only need to do B and C. There's nothing to cover under A.
Okay. Close, but clerk, please read our closed session.
So as Mr. Pedro announced, we're not doing A, we'll just do B and C, and it's closed session. Public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Chief Probation Officer, and conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Government Code Section 54956.8, negotiators Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, Gary Wilson, related to several parcels located at the Jamestown Mine with APNs 58227 through 30, 58231 through 35, 5656101 through 03, and 5908042.
Any public comment on the closed session items? Do we expect to report anything out? All right, we'll be in the closed session.